Charlie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Oops. Hey, can you hear me? Hey, I was just going to ask where the field trip was yesterday. Sorry to make you walk back, Trav.
Because we're glad you're talking, Charlie, because we're testing the audio right now.
Right on.
We took a bus tour around many different locations.
I see.
It was fun.
Cool. I was wondering if you went out to the mines or something, but
We drove by them.
nice.
What did we do yesterday?
So it looks like we started at 8:30. I had us at 8. So I'm gonna go whip up some breakfast.
That sounds good.
Thanks.
That's good.
That's better.
Is that better?
Just today. Yes.
Yeah.
The first day.
But you have to, wait, only will get you the one that makes your voice sound like a chipmunk,
Like a what?
like a chipmunk.
I'll totally do that.
My computer's being connected.
How'd you do that? Did you do that?
This is the real use for AI.
Oh my God, that's amazing. I love it. I totally love it.
I should go back and do that to one of the ones who are steering.
You should, like, put it in the direction that you're looking.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll send you the one with the cameras. Yeah.
But the lens flare was just the perfect spot.
It's totally perfect. Thanks for everything. You're welcome. No, nothing. No.
That never happened.
That's a nice thing.
Yeah, I have the attendance of this morning.
Annie.
You can work till midnight and have spouses that like roll call thing up.
I do that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're gonna do roll call and get things going today because we have a really packed agenda. So go ahead.
Governor Mark Gordon or designee.
Present.
Senator Dan Dockstetter. Representative McKay Erickson. Chairman Tony Cross.
Present.
Danny Bureau.
Present.
Larry Fodor.
Present.
Travis Lawrence.
Present.
Maria Hammond.
Present.
Joanna Vilos.
Present.
Katie Hogarty. Lauren Stenfeld.
Present.
Thomas Kenny.
Present.
Debbie Zolnowski.
Present.
Maddie Newman.
Present.
Thomas Van Cleef. Stacy Balkin.
Present.
Charles Wilson.
Present.
Tina Conley. Philip Cordellis.
Here.
Brenda Morgan.
Present.
Dan Meyer.
Present.
Mayor Shea Lunball.
Present.
Commissioner Peter Nicolason. Director Elizabeth Gagan.
Present.
Executive Director Laurel Ballard. Vicki Harper or designee.
Present.
Superintendent Degenfelder or designee.
Present.
Corin Schmidt or designee.
Present.
Josh Durrell or designee. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our Q2 meeting. Big day yesterday. The tour was fantastic. So thanks again to Mayor Lunball, to Rusty Bell for hosting us yesterday afternoon. And thanks also again for the networking reception last night. That was a lot of fun. Big day today. There's a lot that we're going to cover, a lot that we're going to learn, and then we're going to scatter to the wind until we meet again in September. But I'm grateful to everyone for being here in person and online and dedicating your time and energy to the council and doing the great work that you all do. Also, special shout out to Debbie and everyone at the Holiday Inn Express. I personally thought it was really cool to see how your team takes such pride in keeping that facility in great shape, and also definitely best hotel coffee ever. So thank you for that. Coffee is an essential component of the council's work and mission. And so supporting that is really important, and thank you for that. We have several really, I think, are going to be really interesting panels today. And I'm not sure how long it's been since the council last had a session that was focused on energy. It's been at least as long as I've been on the council, so too long. And I think it's both geographically appropriate and timely for us to be doing this. And so I'm really excited to learn and hear from folks from the industry. And I know Mayor Blundvall is going to manage a lot of that today. So thanks again for that. And with that, I think we are ready to go to our first panel, which is going to be run by Dr. Aldrich and by Lauren. WBL in action. So if you are ready, I know we're a couple minutes early, but we're ready for you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having us this morning. We thought it would be a good idea just to update everybody on what's going on with work-based learning in Wyoming. It's become a real focus of our current administration at the governor's office, as well as at the superintendent of public instruction's office, as well as at the federal level. So Jennifer, if you can go to the next slide, that would be great. Just to give you a little bit of background information, prior to 2019, which at that time we were under what's called Perkins 4, a lot of times work-based learning was called work co-op or referred to as work release. We really tried to discourage that because that kind of gives it a prison feel. Our students are not on work release. They are doing work-based learning opportunities. And it was previously that the University of Wyoming offered 3 courses for teachers to be able to take in order to get an endorsement, to be able to oversee that work co-op or that work release time, and to be able to award elective credit for that. In the early 90s, those classes were no longer offered by the University of Wyoming. And we went from 1992-93 until 2019 without any mechanism to provide the training necessary for teachers to be able to award that credit. And so a lot of our work at the Department of Education over the last 8 years has been around really laying that foundational work and rebuilding that. We have worked with, if you want to go to the next slide, Jennifer, with the Professional Teaching and Standards Board to identify 12 competencies that are needed in order for a career and technical education teacher to be able to award work study credit or work-based learning credit. And we just last summer were able to create a pathway for Gen Ed certified secondary teachers to also be able to award work study credit or work-based learning credit by taking a 13th or proving competency for a 13th module that normally those teachers don't receive in their formal training. Jennifer, did you go to the next slide? There, thank you. So work-based learning, work co-op is now known as work-based learning or work experience. We recognize that it is actually a spectrum of activities. It starts very young at the pre-K level, actually, with career awareness. Many times, I'm sure many of you have heard parents, or as a parent yourself, have had the conversation about different types of jobs that even preschoolers are aware and familiar with. And then that leads into career exploration. And usually this becomes much more formalized at the middle school or junior high level. In order for districts to be able to offer their students the Hathaway Scholarship, they have to agree to offer a 5-hour career guidance portion of their school day to their students. And so every 8th grade student across Wyoming has 5 hours of basically career investigation and research, looking at different career pathways and different careers they might be interested in. Once they reach that high school level, they begin doing career preparation by taking those introductory level courses, and then hopefully culminating in career training, whether that's a formal apprenticeship program, whether that is a work-based learning experience or an internship. But that's really where they're able to put everything that they've learned up until that point in the classroom into taking that theory and putting it into reality and in the real world situation. All 48 districts now offer work-based learning credit for their students, which is very different than it was even a few years ago. And we are beginning to capture that data. Districts are encouraged to build work-based learning into every program of study, and nearly every district has done that. They're able to maximize their state funding that way for career and technical education courses, and it really helps to build that consistency so that regardless of whether you have a student who is working in your community in whatever field they choose or whatever is available in their community, we have a way now to connect that to their classroom learning as well as to help them earn credit for that experience through their high school opportunity. And so with the new focus on that, we've really moved into kind of the next iteration of work-based learning and where we hope to go in building that seamless pipeline. And I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to talk about what where we're moving in with WIP and what's going on with grants and things.
So as you all are aware, because I've talked about it for every meeting, basically, Wyoming Innovation Partnership has transitioned out of the governor's office. And kind of during that transition is when we receive funding from a private grant called Brightbound. They do, I guess, funding nationally for career-connected learning experiences and work-based learning experiences. And to qualify for their grants and kind of how WIP got engaged in this work, you had to be a 501c3. And so as we were transitioning out of the governor's office, we had already funded 4 different district, I guess, areas that are doing work specifically in work-based learning. And they did that through the RIDE initiative and that career-connected learning piece. But it was funded through WIP. And so as we had already engaged in part to some work-based learning and we were transitioning over to the Wyoming Business Alliance, the Business Alliance actually applied for this funding and received it. So we have about $300,000 a year over 3 years to enhance and build capacity in work-based learning across the state of Wyoming. And so, you know, over the past few years within the RIDE initiative, there was a consultant that was coming in and supporting districts and standing these programs up. And what we heard from the school districts through the WIP initiative was that they felt like they wanted to build an in-state expertise and build an in-state process that could really be blanketed because we worked, districts are doing great things and there's a lot of pockets of really good collaboration and really good work happening across the state. But we found that because of our local, I guess, impacts of that, it's really hard to get everybody on the same page. It's hard to capture the data. It's hard to get all of the businesses and industry folks engaged because it's different in every community. It's different with every district. It's different with every community college. And work-based learning also flows into the higher education space. And so it really, you know, giving internships, mentorships, and career opportunity or career experiences through higher education is a thing as well. So this Brightbound grant is K-12 specifically, and we will be engaging 8 new school districts for the fall semester to really help them build their capacity. And I believe that's going to look a little bit different in every community. We just put out a survey that we received more than half response from districts that are interested in expanding the work that they're currently doing so that we can understand kind of that landscape of what is Wyoming, like where are the gaps? Where can we fill this in? What are the resources that are necessary? We're also working on pulling together all the resources that have been built within districts, assessments, tools that teachers utilize, things that school districts are going out to businesses saying, you know, this is how you can assess these students. This is how we, you know, make it a fulfilling experience for you and for the school district and for the student. And this is how you can engage. And really pulling all of that together and finding what the best practices are within Wyoming, putting that together, partnering with the Department of Education to get that all pulled together for their website. And then the Wyoming Business Alliance will be working as workforce is the #1 issue for businesses across the state of Wyoming, that we're working on pulling something together as kind of a guidebook for business and industry partners. How do you engage? What do you expect? What is, you know, the benefit of having a work-based learning experience within your industry? And I think really, as we've seen studies unequivocally show that once students start to build relationships with business and industry partners, that they're more likely to stay within the communities and work within those business and industries, especially if these are good paying jobs. And jobs is something that they, it does align with their career interests. And so long-term, that's really our hope, is that we can really kind of help pull together the efforts, build capacity in the school districts that are ready to and willing to move forward and do more in this space, and try to coordinate efforts kind of in a statewide manner, because like I said, there's a lot good going on. It's just kind of pulling it together. And then I think, as we move forward, there will be some marketing, in part with the Department of Education. And then we're also looking at how do we add education for our teachers, to help them build this even further into their curriculum, to help the University of Wyoming build this into what they're teaching to teachers. So our new students that are coming out that are becoming newer teachers in Wyoming have this really good core base. And there's a lot going on nationally. There's a lot of best practices. We have a WACT, which is the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education, in partnership with the Department of Education. We're doing a pre-conference session for teachers that will include a lot of conversations around this. So I think coalescing and pulling this together is something that I'm very excited about. I think we've got a lot of momentum thanks to the work that Michelle has done over the past few years. And yeah, I think that we've got a lot moving forward. And I'm also really excited to see how we can further engage more businesses and really enhance this experience for them as well. Because really that's the backbone of Wyoming, and that's where we can really build this out. Oh, I forgot too. We also have had a lot of conversations around ensuring that our rural students have access and accessibility to these work-based learning opportunities statewide. So I grew up in Farson, and there were no work-based learning opportunities in the space that I thought I was interested in career-wise. And so, that would have been something that would have been really awesome for me. And so I think looking at our small communities and maybe putting together a website or something, I don't know exactly what it looks like yet. We're just starting these conversations, but putting together something all in one place that business and industry partners can have access to students, and students and their counselors and teachers can have access to different learning experiences. Maybe we could do some virtual mentoring and then do like a week away or a couple of days away for them to gain some experience. So I think that that's something we're exploring, and there's a ton of funding opportunities out there right now too at the federal level that is around work-based learning. So we're exploring all of those as well.
I would love to invite any of you who would like to attend. We do have the Work-Based Learning Conference going on, pre-conference, going on June 9th in Laramie, and have some great panels lined up. And I know that Lauren will probably be reaching out to some of you about a work business and industry panel that she's putting together for that day as well. But that is a free pre-conference. If you happen to be in Laramie on June 9th and would like to stop in for a part of it, we would love to have you. We have right now about 12 districts around the state that currently have a work-based learning liaison person. All they do all day long in their job is connect business and industry with students for internships and mentorships and work-based learning experiences. That is a really growing area, and there's just been some national documents put out this week on the importance of that intermediary person to put business and industry with students. So definitely looking at how we can engage you as business and industry folks along with our students here in Wyoming, so that we can give them that work-based learning experience and help them be able to make their place in Wyoming and not just be able to make a living here, but we really want them to be able to make a life here. So we appreciate your support and know that that's vital to our students and their future. I believe our next slide has just our contact information. Oh, well, at least mine.
I must not have sent you the other one.
But that's okay. If you give us a call or reach out to either one of us, we will be more than happy to connect you. If you are with a business and industry and you have an annual conference, I am commonly doing, and I'm sure Lauren would be willing to as well, talking with different business and industry and associations about what is the secret handshake to get your foot in the door with your local educational school district or school, and how to connect with students. So we look forward to working with you, and thank you for all your support over the last 8 years. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions? I guess we should ask that.
Questions? Good.
So I think I heard you mention assessments. Can you expand on like how are you assessing their interests, their capabilities, kind of what tools you're using?
Yeah, so in eighth grade, in the eighth grade curriculum, they actually do interest inventories. And one of the tools that our districts have available to them, as well as our community colleges, is what's called BOOTS. It's the Business Occupational Outlook Toolkit that has been funded through the governor's office over the last 5 to 6 years. And it actually is a customized dashboard for students that are looking for different business opportunity or different career fields in Wyoming. It does an interest inventory, and then it also gives them the community colleges or the university programs that they might align to, as well as scholarship opportunities and things like that. There are many, many tools, and many districts use a variety of tools. And there are a lot of tools out in the open marketplace. A lot of our districts are using a tool called Zello. So different districts use different things, but the one that's offered free to every district and every community college is BOOTS.
And I'll expand a little bit more on that as well. You know, we're looking at building BOOTS into the digital wallet potentially, if possible, to put everything in one place. Because that, again, the siloed effect has really, you know, impacted because different school districts are using different methods and things like that, of which some is fine. But if everything was very streamlined, I think it would make easier access for our students. But there's also the assessment part of skills that the student gains while they're in the workplace, doing their experience or their work-based learning experience. And that is something that we've looked at that will be built into the digital wallet, and figuring out, you know, how do business partners assess these students on certain skills and then verify that they, you know, maybe this student are punctual, they're professional, they're, you know, and you know, they're great at organizing, you know, whatever that looks like. Then figuring out how do we have the business partners in partnership with the school verify that those skills are there within that student, and then add them to the digital wallet. And so that's something that's into the future that we're looking at. But as Michelle said too, there used to be, it was kind of you get your pay stub and you brought it in, you got credit. And now there needs to be an assessment process, because we want students to actually be learning job skills. They're not just there answering the phone, unless that's what they're looking for a career opportunity. But, you know, so I think there's that assessment part as well. And there's a number of different tools available, science and a few others that we're looking at, figuring out if we can do that statewide access to those tools for our teachers.
Other questions?
I got a question, quick question. What are they paid work-based learning sites?
So it's a variety, Philip. We really encourage paid work-based learning opportunities because we think that that's really important. I think business owners, quite honestly, business and industry treat people differently that they're paying versus the ones that they have there as volunteers. It also helps the student to be able to learn. There are a lot of nuances around paid employment, right? And more accountability a lot of times. But also teaching students how to advocate for themselves, how to negotiate a wage. There is so much research out on that. So we always promote paid work-based learning experience, but we also recognize that there's a lot of value for community service and for volunteer opportunities. And in some areas that is going to be, you know, perhaps the only option. So we don't want to eliminate that opportunity for any student either.
We used to do a lot of work-based learning at the Job Corps.
Yes.
We would have certain companies that would pay, you know, $30 an hour for a Job Corps student to go out there and work for 6 weeks and see if they were going to be a good fit or not. And then other companies would take advantage of that, and they would just try to get as many laborers as they could for free. And what we found was that the apprentices that went out on paid work-based learning sites had much better, because they were getting paid, right? So they're going to do much better at their job. And when you're shoveling asphalt 100 degrees, you're not getting, and that's your skill, that's your work-based learning, and you're not getting paid any money. It kind of makes sense when those guys don't do very good So, but I just wanted to kind of throw that in there because we did a lot of work-based learning with Job Corps, and it's a good idea.
And we have really tried to model that with our teacher externships as well. We ask teachers to go out and do up to 40 hours working with business and industry as professional development in their career and technical education content area. And we pay them $35 an hour to do that from the Department of Ed because we want to make sure that first and foremost, they know that we see value in that and that it's not on the employer to pay that, but we are invested enough to know that it's important and to connect those teachers with business and industry to keep them current in their content area. So if any of you are looking for interns this summer and you'd like us to pay for a teacher to come and work with you, we'd love to do that.
And Workforce Services has an internship fund as well. That's for business and industry that it's available. So it will help pay for interns.
Any other questions? I've got a couple of quick ones if you don't mind. You had mentioned there was a survey that was sent out, and I'm curious if you can share more about, what you learned from that process.
Yeah, so we haven't actually assessed the survey in total yet. I sent out the last push, I think it was either Friday or it must have been Friday last week, to our school district. So really, I'm happy to share that information. Really, it's asking, are you doing work-based learning? What does that look like in your district? What, how many students, percentage of students, what percentage of teachers are engaged in this? What are your needs? Are you looking to expand? If so, what does that look like for you? That it was really a basic landscape analysis of what was happening within each school district. And I did get a pretty good response rate from that. And I think that's really indicative of what, people are talking about this. They're excited to do it. And when it works really well and it works great for our students. So,
yeah, and you're going to be hearing a lot more about this because schools are measured on what's called an accountability dashboard. And that accountability model right now is being reformulated and being talked about by the State Board of Education. And work-based learning is actually going to be one of those measures that districts will be measured on for a public-facing dashboard. And that will feed into that accountability model, which really is, we're talking about what feeds into their funding model. So there will be much more of an incentive for school districts to build in work-based learning for every single student than there ever has been before.
Not to add to your to-do list, but I for one would be curious to hear your sort of overview assessment of the survey once that's completed, whether
absolutely.
That's a future session or through onboard or whatever's easiest for you. You also said there was, this sort of foundational issue with siloing. And I know that can be really challenging to overcome. And I'm curious if you're willing or able to share kind of what your primary challenges have been as you've, tried to de-silo things.
Absolutely. So de-siloing is one of the core missions of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership.
Sure.
And really we started mostly focused on higher education. And so that's kind of what I think my experience and my response is based off of. But I think, as we look at local control, which we all value and is so important to Wyoming, and it's so important to the different communities across the state, because what's an issue in Gillette's not the same issue that's in Casper, right? And so I think that the local control, while still having that, maintaining that, but sharing resources and sharing expertise, sometimes that's even sharing equipment. And so I think, across higher education, some of the hurdles have been just replacing the culture and the mentality of we are competing against each other. And that's for funding. And that's how the funding model is set up. There's one pie and you don't get extra to the pie if you add another college, or if one college gets more, it takes away from the others. And so they've always had that realm of competition, which I think there's a healthy balance to competition versus collaboration. And so we've tried to not wade into spaces that, it doesn't make sense to collaborate, because that's really helped pull things forward. So we've been really focused on statewide issues that people need a collaborative resource pulled together. And then we've also talked about the success stories. and really pulled in leadership and then also pulled in the folks that are doing boots on the ground. And so we've got, our PSG level that is all the presidents of the colleges and the Department of Ed and Workforce Services. They meet monthly. And then we also have the folks that are running the programs that meet monthly with each other, that they can all start to build those relationships and have that human connection of, oh, you guys had the same issue. How did you work through it? And be able to trust each other and work through those issues. And then also when you have funding and you're collecting data and resources and talking and telling the story about, this is a great ROI. This program was great because it had this. We look at how awesome it is when we work together and putting that, out on social media and talking about it in front of the legislature and things like that. That really does help. And so that's kind of what my goal is going to be moving forward with school districts, is making sure that the school districts that are doing really awesome things, we have money in the grant for marketing and storytelling, and that we can share those stories about what's really working. I hope that will encourage more school districts to get involved. I hope it will encourage more businesses to get engaged. And then I also hope it will help students understand what we have available in Wyoming, because not every state has the opportunities that we have, especially in terms of different industries participating and things like that. We've got some really great things going on in Wyoming. People don't know about them oftentimes. And so I think really telling that story and then measuring the impact and talking about that as well is really important.
I think it's really important as well at the district level. One of the things people I don't think realize is because of local control, which again, as Lauren said, we value, when we have a business and industry like construction trades, it comes to us and says, we need to make sure that every student who graduates from construction trades is able to do X, Y, Z. I can't guarantee that for you because I have 48 districts and every district is teaching construction trades the way they would like to and using the curriculum they would like to and doing the things that they think are the most important. So it makes it really difficult for us to be able to take anything to scale, if you will. But I think what we're finding out and what Wyoming is really coming to realize post-COVID is that we don't have the luxury to be redundant. We don't have the human resources, we don't have the finances, and we need to really work together in order to build these seamless pipelines, if you will, for our students and for business and industry to provide that workforce.
Well, thank you both for giving us your time today and all the work you're doing on this front. This is really interesting subject matter, and I'm curious to hear more as you move into the future. I know you mentioned the conference on June 9th, was it, in Laramie?
Yes.
But apart from and beyond that, please continue to let us know what we as council members can do to kind of help support your efforts or promote them or whatever, however we can be useful would be great to know.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks. All righty. Next up, we have a great panel discussion called Forging Tomorrow, Wyoming and Gillette's Energy Horizon. Our council member and Mayor of Gillette, Shay Lundvall, is going to be the moderator here. So I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Lundvall to introduce our guests thank you to everyone participating for giving us your time today.
As we get situated here, I appreciate all three of these folks coming and joining us. By way of background, this council is basically governed by, or approved by the governor. So every one of us has been appointed that way. We're going to kick this off, and I'm going to tell a little bit about myself, and then I'm going to turn it over to each one of them for some intros, brief intros, and then we'll get into a good discussion talking about kind of three different topics: industry outlook and transition. Kind of what does it look like on a localized level here in Gillette, and then the workforce education and policy aspect, and then hopefully we'll have some time. I think we have 2 hours. Oh, no. Sorry, hour and 10. Chairman, I just was checking.
Hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, all right. We'll check on that here.
Don't shock our guests.
What's that?
Don't shock our guests.
Yeah, right. That's what they want to do is sit here. Okay, so we'll just kick this off. As many of you know, my name is Shay Lundvall. I'm the mayor of Gillette, and I was born and raised here. But it's really not about me in this panel. We've done and are doing some amazing things here in Gillette. Energy is our language. Powder River Basin provides 40 to 43% of the nation's coal to power the nation. It's pretty incredible. And I think we have some experts here that will speak to each one of these in a different way. And it's incredible from the governor's office down to my level. The synergy between the three different levels is quite frankly unmatched. And I don't know, I've heard from legislators, I've talked to other mayors, they can't seem to figure out how this works and how that is happening. And what that does is it provides a good set of confidence in businesses like BWXT and signaling to them that we are here, we got your back. We're going to do everything we can to educate the workforce, provide, support letters. Those are really important signals to companies like BWXT and Kairos now. So that's a big deal. But without further ado, let's start with Mr. Travis Detai, brief introduction, and then we'll move on down this way to Mr. Kyle.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Travis Detai. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association, and been with the association for going on 16 years. The Mining Association, we're the state's trade association representing our state's mining companies, obviously our coal producers. We have uranium, our industrial minerals. We represent the Trona companies, bentonite. We represent the companies that are exploring rare earths in the eastern part of the state. We also have a little lithium company as well. And then we also represent about 100 companies that provide services and supplies and equipment to the mines. So that's a little bit about us. And looking forward to the discussion. I guess that's brief enough, isn't it?
Yes, you got it, brother.
All right, so I'm Sandra Sloan from BWXT Advanced Technologies, and I will say I'm at the point in my career where I don't say the number of years I've been doing something. I just say I'm a seasoned nuclear professional at this point. That's kind of a PC way to say that. So I spent a career in the nuclear business. I've been with BWXT 14 years. BWXT, we do a lot of different things. We have over 10,000 employees across North America and a few in the UK. Our biggest part of our balance sheet is we're the sole provider of nuclear reactors to the United States Navy. So every reactor that goes in a submarine or aircraft carrier comes out of Lynchburg, Virginia, in the facility next door. I happen to be in the part of the company called Advanced Technologies. This is pushing forward with new reactor technologies, micro reactor technologies, and also, as we'll talk about, planning in coordination with the state of Wyoming, planning to locate a TRISO nuclear fuel production facility right here in Gillette.
Thank you. Mr. Kyle.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, my name is Kyle Wentland, and I'm currently the Deputy Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. And a little on my background, I actually spent 27 years in the coal industry. I'll break it down, Sandra, so it doesn't sound quite so bad. And then I was asked to take over the helm of the Land Quality Division of DEQ, which is the regulatory arm of all state solid minerals, from gravel all the way through coal, Trona, et cetera. And then a couple of years ago, I was made the move to the Energy Authority and worked mostly in the fossil fuel side of the business on the coal, oil, and gas side. But you have a fair bit of understanding. When I was at DEQ, I did stand up the original agreement state for the state of Wyoming and also helped launch the source material amendment to that agreement state. So I'm very familiar on the nuclear side from that end. And I would just add, I don't know Sandra real well, but it's always a privilege to sit on a panel with Mr. Detai and Mr. Lundvall because they're great folks and not just good colleagues, but good friends. So appreciate the time.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for those introductions. We're gonna jump right in, and this is going to be open to all three of you, so it doesn't matter how you want to answer who starts. But Wyoming is often positioned as an energy state. Where does the state have a true competitive advantage today, and how should it build on that over the next 5 years?
I guess I'll start if everyone's looking down. I think we have the competitive advantage that we have in Wyoming is we are an extraction state. We've been doing it a long time. We do it better than anybody else in the country. And, when you talk about, coming from my perspective, we want to keep those minerals coming out of the ground. production means jobs, production means revenue. And, the mineral industry is what keeps our tax burden low as Americans, as Wyoming citizens. So we have that base. We've been doing extraction for a long time, and we've been doing it very well. And, with some of the opportunities presented with us, we can mine everything that we want out of the ground. We have unsurpassed mineral resources, but they have to have a place to go. With our coal, we have to have power plants to burn our coal. With uranium, we have to have nuclear plants so that we can feed into that fuel cycle. We need that next gen, we need those places to go. So I think we're seeing right now in Wyoming with BWXT and some of these other projects coming in here, those are the places where our minerals need to go. And so, we do that very well. And, with as far as workforce goes, again, mining is just not, truck and shovel. You have equipment. You have to have those people that know how to weld. You have to have electricians. And we have that in Wyoming right now. So I think that positions us, with the work coming out of our secondary schools, our community colleges, and even at the University of Wyoming, I think we're well positioned, to continue to feed into that workforce. And I think that is our competitive advantage.
Great. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I'll talk just from a nuclear perspective. I would say a forward-thinking leadership from the state level on down to local leadership. You talked about the alignment, and that's not something to take for granted, that alignment from the state level down to local level, because that doesn't happen everywhere. But from a nuclear perspective, forward thinking, making nuclear a part of that dialogue, and yes, coal and nuclear can coexist, right? But making that part of the dialogue, and then being not just having a strategy or a vision, but such as through the Wyoming Energy Authority, really putting that strategy to life, right? Making it real, investing, having an encouraging business environment. I mean, any company, we get measured by our bottom line. So having an environment that's positive about business, having communities that are welcoming to business, and having a workforce. So I think about it, I hate to use kind of fancy words, but like energy adjacent workforce. So the skill sets that people in Wyoming have, particularly people in the Gillette area have, are translatable to, say, a nuclear fuel fabrication facility with a little bit of additional training. So I think those are all advantages. And then one of the things that we talk about is just a Western can-do attitude, right? Just a positive, we can do this, not afraid to roll up our sleeves and get the work done.
I don't have much to add to that. I think, value chain is important. We've been really good at the extractive piece. We've not been really good at the middle manufacturing piece, be it TRISO fuel facility here in Gillette, Sandra, or maybe we look at glass manufacturing on site with Trona. The bentonite industry is probably the one industry that does manufacture some actual product, in that middle integrated value chain space. But right now, developing that manufacturing piece going forward is going to be important for the state, moving forward. And the other thing I would say is, think for a second, more than a second, think about where we would be if we didn't have coal industry we have today. And back in 1980, there was a lot of opposition to developing our coal industry. I have an old article sitting on my desk. We brought it up at the Energy Summit. Rob did. He and I talk about this a lot. It's called Stripping the West from Field and Stream. And it was about how not to develop the coal industry. And just think for a second, if we hadn't had the vision and the open mind that we had as a state, where we would be today without that industry. And now play that forward. If we don't look in the nuclear space or in the Trona space, and we have that open mind and that forward vision for the state and the local entities, just think where we'll be if we don't take advantage of that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think go ahead.
And I was just going to say, and I think, Sandra, you brought up a good point. We're right here in the middle of coal country. We're right here at the very, the epicenter of American coal production. coal and nuclear don't have to be in opposition. We need them both. And when you look at the projected demand in this country for energy, data centers are coming. You know, whether we do them here, whether we shove them off to Utah or something, they are coming. We need it. Commissioner Clem had a little article, and I thought he paraphrased. He said it really well. Data centers are the backbone of the information economy, and we are in an information economy here. That is where we're going. We're using, everyone in this room is using a data center right now. Whether you're zooming this thing or whether you're back there looking at your text while I'm talking, everyone's using it, and they're all coming. And the projected energy demand to fuel these data centers, to power these data centers, it's not just going to take coal, and it's not just going to take nuclear. It's going to take them both, and a lot more of both. So you brought up a good point. It's not a competition. And in Wyoming, we want to use more of our coal resources. We want to build more coal plants, and we want to build nuclear plants because that's how we're going to power our country going forward. You need them both, and you need a lot more of both.
More is more.
More is more.
Thank you for all of that. And I think you guys can all get a sense of the passion and how it's going to drive a lot of this workforce and a lot of what we're going to be doing here in the Powder River Basin and across the state for that matter. But I want to go on to the next question, and each one of you will have your own unique answers to this one, but what new or expanding projects are coming to Wyoming and specifically to Gillette? How does this impact the current workforce in Gillette? And what comes to my mind, Mr. Detai, is the, with partnership with WA, with the funding for the basin study for a new power plant. So maybe just talk a little bit about that, and then obviously Sandra will go down here, BWXT and Tyros.
Yeah, and I thank you, Shay. And I think I'd preface this with this, that the public policy matters. What we've seen, with the Trump administration as compared to the Biden administration, we've seen a 180-degree turn in energy policy, and it means something. You're looking at the feasibility study for the new coal unit. I believe is it Basin that's doing that?
Basin unit.
We're not even talking about that 18 months ago. The idea of building another coal generating facility in America, that conversation is not even happening. So public policy means things. And, and it goes right into, we talk about projects in specifically in Gillette and Wyoming, obviously BWXT, that's huge. That's tremendous. But you also have, when you're looking at just in the coal industry, companies looking at, value added and how else you can use our coal resource. You have coal companies looking at coal to rare earths from coal. There's talk right now of one of the companies maybe looking at doing a mine mount generating facility. So all this stuff is happening, and it's a good thing. But the public policy, we have a window right now because the pendulum swings, and who knows where we're going to be in 2 years. So we really have to take advantage and strike while the iron is hot. The legislature passed and the governor signed our Energy Dominance Fund, which is basically the state's matching fund program for projects. Very focused, very targeted towards projects that will benefit our extractive industries, whether it's uranium to conversion for nuclear fuel conversion facility, or coal exports. So I think that, there's a lot of opportunity right here, and there's a lot of things that are on the horizon. But unfortunately, we've got to be bold, and we've got to strike. And a lot of the political debate right now going around, well, we can't have this, we can't do this. It's really frustrating, but we can't get too down on it. We just got to keep pushing it. And like I said, I think there's a lot of opportunity. We just have to have the will and the courage to pursue that.
No doubt. Sandra, do you want to touch on this?
So I want to bring together two thoughts. More is more. I wrote that down because I really like that. Just like you're talking about this administration being supportive of coal projects, this administration is very bullish about nuclear. And I think it's that more is more mentality. The administration sees what's coming and the need for energy. So I wanted to say that because we see that on the nuclear sector as well. So our project, so hopefully you've heard about it, but BWXT is planning to build a TRISO nuclear fuel production facility here in Gillette. So we have benefited greatly from working with the WEA. And in fact, we're in the process, I don't think the ink is on the paper yet, for the large energy matching fund for $100 million worth of funds from the state toward that facility. BWXT will contribute about 4 times that much for a total investment of around $500 million in a facility right here in Gillette. What that will bring, obviously, there's a short-term construction workforce, which is a good thing, positive for the community, but even more important are the long-term durable jobs. So we expect over 200 direct hire permanent positions at this facility with an annual payroll of about $20 million. So pretty impactful. And when you make an investment like that, it's not a fly-by-night facility. So nuclear fuel production facilities operate for decades. They're licensed for decades. They typically get their license extended. So this is a resource that's going to be in Gillette for a very long time. And so there will be the tax base benefit here, the workforce salary benefit. And one of the interesting things about bringing a nuclear fuel plant to Gillette is some people say, well, is that workforce going to stay in Gillette, or that will we give them a skill set and then they'll migrate somewhere else? What I say to that is there are only a handful of commercial fuel plants in this country, and they are very dispersed. One in Washington State, one in South Carolina, one in North Carolina. Not likely that a trained workforce here is going to migrate to those locations. So these are long-term jobs for this town of Gillette.
Great. Kyle?
Yeah, and I think it's worth backing up on the energy funds that WEA's managed over time here a little bit, just so everybody understands those, because there's been, depending on what newspaper you pick up, some things that are right, some things that aren't right. So, we were basically formed out of 3 authorities in 2021 roughly, and, became the Energy Authority. And then we were assigned what was called the energy matching funds. And ultimately, through some legislative action, there was $155 million put into that legislative or the energy matching funds. And then there was a large matching fund of $100 million, which had a requirement of a $50 million match or larger. So really the $100 million was only ever targeted for one large project option. Okay. And we've always required a 1-to-1 match. So any company coming in has to have their dollar up front. You can't leverage our dollars to go chase dollars. And of the first pot of money, the $155 million, we have returned about last time I looked, 6 to 1 of in private investment dollars to our state dollars on those. And then with the BWXT project, like Sandra said, that's a 4 to 1 right off the top on that. 20 million in payroll and property taxes. So the state gets its 100 million back in, let's just say, 6 years maximum in that investment. These are good returns for the state. Now, legislature passed Senate File 123 last year, the Energy Dominance Fund. That's a little different take because that's taking 0.5% out of the severance. So now industry is self-funding their own investment into the state. And that's a really important thing to think about here. And it was capped at 105 million. Now, had we known oil was going to hit $100 a barrel, we should have put a better cap on that. But, that's at 105 million that we have to work with. And I will tell you that every one of these projects, Sandra's project, doesn't matter, on a lot of these big ones, we are competing with other states. North Dakota has their, I think it's called, can't remember, I'll find it here, but they have their own fund that they've funded out of revenue out of their industry as well. I think it's about, if I remember right, it's 12 billion that they take the profits out of. It's a large number. Sorry, I don't have that accurate number right off the top of my head. It's late night last night. And then, Texas is competing with us across the board on the nuclear space. They have a $350 million fund that we compete with. And if the state is not making these investments into these industries and looking for that return, they are going to choose to go somewhere else. That's just a fact of the matter, right? You know, it doesn't matter. We're competing with Tennessee, with Texas, with North Dakota, with Utah on a daily basis for these projects. And if we want them here, we're going to have to invest in them.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Let's kind of move forward here. This next question is kind of more focused to Sandra. What unique advantages in terms of infrastructure, skilled workforce, and resources, specifically, would you say Gillette possesses to be, and let me rephrase that, does Gillette possess to be a leader in the energy industry? And then also too, what barriers would you say exist when we look at this as we go forward? Because housing is a need, right? And that's across every community in every state for that matter. But that certainly we're no different here. So can you tell us a little bit about how you feel, how BWXT feels as we address those challenges?
Sure. So I think we're sitting in one of the huge benefits.
Yeah, for sure.
And a big draw, Gillette College. So I had the benefit when we were here last fall for a public meeting afterwards, stayed after, got a tour of all the facilities here. This is very important, I'm sure, for your industry as well as ours. So having a facility where people can get trained up is very huge. So we anticipate, and I think the DOE has actually published these numbers, that they think 2/3 of the skill set from workers that say currently have experience in coal, not that we're going to steal the workforce from coal, would be translatable with maybe an additional 6 to 12 months of nuclear specific training. So Gillette College is the kind of place to get that sort of training. And in fact, we are already in active discussions with Gillette College about how programs can be tailored to help us do workforce training. We will obviously have some in-house training, but the more that we can partner in the local community, that's a tremendous advantage. And I go back to this idea of a workforce that grows up with the kind of skill sets you need to work in a manufacturing environment. So if you grow up in an environment where you learn to repair things and work on machines, guess what you have in a fuel manufacturing facility? Lots of machines. Machines need care and feeding. They need operators, they need maintenance. People that grow up here seem to have a talent for that. So you have Gillette College, also University of Wyoming. So that's a tremendous resource, a little more regionally for the plant. And just talking about barriers, so you took the words right out of my mouth. Housing is something we hear about all over the state of Wyoming, and it's really not unique necessarily to the state of Wyoming. So I think just for local leaders thinking, I know you're thinking about this, is if we bring 200, if it's additional workers, hopefully we take some existing workforce, but additional workers that we plan for housing, something that we hear about as we go around the country at all of our sites, existing sites and other areas, it's just general labor availability. Are there people out there who want, number one, they have to know that there are opportunities that they could be a fit for. They have to want to work and just be available.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I don't think that it's, Gillette is unique in that sense at all. And I want to touch on something, Mr. Detail, that you mentioned earlier, not to go too far back, but oftentimes we hear about how coal is, and the nuclear was trying to replace coal, oil, and gas. And that's just simply not true. Like, that's just a narrative that is just not true. And I've said this in my testimony to the Minerals Committee, that it's an extension of what we already do. And it's something that this is a once in a generational opportunity, no different than when coal came in the 70s. That's the same kind of concept, but more so than anything, if it's not going to always come to you, you got to go get it. And that's hard because you got to put yourself out there. And WEA has done a fantastic job with that, Travis. And the other thing too, Travis, like we often hear these narratives of how they're competing in workforce and whatnot, but also they can coexist. Yeah. Right? Like the skills we just talked about, the skills are transferable. And in your industry, you talk to a lot of the coal mines. You have a lot of those relationships. I've worked in the coal mines. Man, that couldn't be further from the truth either, right? Maybe touch on that a little bit, would you?
Well, I think, you hit on a perfect point, and just kind of follow up a little bit on what Sandra said, particularly in a community like, this is the energy capital of the world. We talk about energy, you're not just talking about coal, you're talking about oil, gas, nuclear. So you have, I don't want to say a mature workforce, but that, I can't think of a better word. You have a history of that workforce that supports these industries. You have a history of, you have people here, the welders, the mechanics, the electricians, engineers. You have a workforce that is accustomed to, manufacturing. You have people here that work on equipment that's unique anywhere in the world. So you have that mature workforce, which makes Gillette a suitable community for a big new project like this. And how many jobs did you say? 200. So that's what I thought you said. I was talking to a legislator a little bit ago. I said, well, 200 jobs, that's not that many. 200 jobs in Wyoming, that's life-changing for a community. That's huge. And to be able to, come into a place like this where you already have that kind of mature, not age mature, but mature workforce. There's a reason why Gillette is the energy capital of the world. And it's not like, you're not looking at Laramie, because Laramie doesn't have what Gillette has. So I don't know if that,
You're good. Yeah, go ahead, Kyle, and we'll.
I'll just add on to this really quick, just to give you guys a flavor. And I by no means have all of them or in any specific order. But right now in the state of the nuclear space, you got the Natrium project. You have growth in the extraction in the ISR industry, permitting new well fields. PWXT's Trace Fuel facility, and we have the potential for a conversion plant coming in with UEC. You've got the Bear Lodge Upton Critical Mineral Project, the American Rare Earth Project down in Platte County, the Ramaco Project, and now the Peabody Rare Earth Project here in complex down potentially in Norm or Rawhide. We have several enhanced oil recovery fields now, the Blue Spruce Helium Project over in the western side of the state, and CK Gold coming into Cheyenne. Not to mention the data centers and all the other stuff. That's what's coming. It's an exciting time to be.
And can I use the word energizing?
Yeah, like that. It's an exciting time to be.
My next album's going to Lumen. Next question, Travis, I'm going to kick this over to you. How do we ensure that economic benefits stay in communities like Gillette rather than flowing elsewhere? How do we keep them centralized, in Platte County, and tell us your thoughts on that.
This was a tough one, and I wrote down some. The benefits of the benefits, direct benefits for a location are obviously jobs. But I think, when you talk about jobs, you have to have people to fill those jobs. I think that this is kind of where I spiraled into how do you keep your young people or build that young workforce, get them excited about these careers. And I think that's an ongoing problem. Keeping the economic benefits in the community, in Gillette in particular, means keeping your kids here. And how you do that. And I think we've got, and I'm not very good at it, and I don't think it's a nut that we just have to figure out how to crack, but a barrier is, helping our youth see how they can have a rewarding career in the trades and doing these type of jobs. I mean, not everyone's meant for college. I had an old mentor, somebody in this room might remember, old Greg Schaefer with Arch Coal. He had a great saying. He said, a kid in Campbell County can come out of Campbell County High School, graduate, go to work in the coal mines the next day, and immediately join the middle class. I mean, think about that. You don't have to go to college for 4 years. You don't have to do it. You go out and you get a good paying job, a rewarding career. You automatically join the middle class at 18 years old. And I think we've got to do a better job, from the industry standpoint. I think everybody has got to do a better job of saying, hey, look, you can have a really good living. These are really good jobs. You can take a lot of pride in what you do. And you go out, you go out and talk to anybody that's actually working in the coal mine or in a uranium mine or in a trona mine. They take a lot of pride in their jobs. They do it well. And they're good paying jobs, and you can have a career, raise a family. And so I think that's how I'd answer your question, Shay, is that the economic benefit, keeping your economic benefit is keeping your kids here and getting them good paying jobs. And making them recognize that they're good paying, rewarding career jobs.
No,
Keep your youth here.
yeah, and I'll go back to you, Senator, but I want to ask Kyle something that often I get asked, and it's been kicked around at the legislature quite a bit. You know, when the WA partnered with BWXT and then the governor signed for the 100 million, there's been a lot of discussion about that money not being reinvested back into the community, right? Like there's this tug of war, and I think there's a nuance there that's something we should touch on, because me personally, I personally disagree with that, because those dollars come from, a lot of those monies came from Campbell County, right? And went to the state, you guys divvied it up, and now those dollars were, and there's parameters, right? So touch on that a little bit, would you?
Well, you know, that process of vetting like a project for the energy matching funds, be it large or small, or now the new energy dominance fund, is we get a concept paper from a company. If they have their match, their one-to-one match, right up front, then they'll move to this full technical paper that we looked at, and then that goes to a board to review, which is made up of workforce services person, state geologist, my boss, Executive Director Krieger, the governor's office, etc. And then they decide, is that project, is there enough in it that it's worth us looking at, recommending, funding it, and then it ultimately goes to the governor's office for an approval or a denial, right? So it's not just this, we're not just handing money out process, right? There's also a public notice piece in that process. So this illusion that when we look at those funds and using those funds that way is we're just picking somebody and handing them money is just simply not accurate. There's a pretty involved process in that. And then, like I said earlier, with using the BWXT example, that's a 4-to-1 return. So for every dollar the state invested, we got 4 private dollars right out of the chute on that. And then when you look at the tax roll, payroll, property tax payroll, and those investments coming back, you know, you calculate that out to a 7-8 year maximum where the state gets, the county gets 100% return on those funds. That's a pretty good ROI. That's an investment in our future. So that's what that money looks like, and that's what that's bringing back into the community. And to my point earlier, if we're not making that investment, and I'll bet Sandra will speak to this, there's other states that want it, right? They're happy to go somewhere else. So these big projects like this, it is going to require a little bolder thinking and definitely some state investment to make it happen.
I think that's perfect. Sandra, did you want to touch on it?
I want to go back. Travis and I have to talk more, because if you substitute nuclear every time you said coal, it would be the same story. Showing people there are pathways that don't necessarily require a 4-year degree. So when it comes to nuclear, what I have found, people have 2 stereotypes. One is that you're a Homer Simpson. Not a good stereotype. The other is you're Robert Oppenheimer working in some secret lab making bombs at Los Alamos National Laboratory. These are just not true stereotypes. And so like at the BWXT, at the fuel plant that's in plans for Gillette, about 3/4 of the jobs will not require a 4-year college degree. Certifications, technical skill programs, these are really what we're going to need. And getting the word out, I love your idea of getting people into the middle class, because what we've seen, so we have a fuel plant that we use for the Navy in Lynchburg, Virginia, and we try to get the word out that yes, this is your path to the middle class. You don't have to get a 4-year degree, because student debt is a real thing right now, and it's very intimidating. And so I am hopeful that that will sort of nudge people back towards skills and trade-centered roles, because you can make really good money. Particularly in nuclear, what I find is there's usually a little premium on it. So if you're a welder and you have general welding skills, that's a pretty good skill set to have salary-wise. There's usually a small premium in nuclear. Sometimes it's not so small. So getting people aware of that nuclear is just not for the PhDs coming out of the University of Wyoming, but that there are real pathways. And if anybody's interested, I do have a little brochure that talks about that.
And one other thing, just sticking on the question of how you keep your benefits in the communities. you talk about the middle class, a person goes to work for BWXT, they may have a spouse working in a bank in your community. Those paychecks come in, they're going to go buy food at your local supermarket. They're going to go to a movie in your, that's where the real benefit of the community is. And that's how those benefits stay in your community. It's the dignity of a job and raising a family and spending your money in your communities. And that's what keeps, that's what keeps you going. And that's what builds a strong community.
And there are other roles in the nuclear side of this too. And it's not just related to the plant site facility, but as demand goes up, you need radiation safety officers, right? That's a little more specific. You need health physicists on your staff. That's actually a high tech, we can't get enough of a job. I really wish Wyoming would move forward into that space. Colorado State right now is the only university that's really cranking out a health physicist in the region. And, that is a huge opportunity for us going forward. So in addition to the trades, there are some of these technical spaces and roles that will be a real opportunity for us going forward, bringing in that middle manufacturing piece in that industry.
I appreciate that insight. It's powerful. I think we're staying on track, Mr. Chairman.
We are.
So I think I'm gonna maybe ask one or two more questions, and then we'll kind of go into closing remarks. And then, Mr. Chairman, are you okay with opening it up for a Q&A?
Absolutely, I'd love that. Thank you.
So the next question is, again, open to all three of you. It doesn't really matter how you want to start answering this, but can you tell us a little bit more about when you talk about the demand, Travis, about where the coal is going and where nuclear is going, but AI, right? And automation in both of those industries. It's touching us in so many different ways as we speak. There's no cookie cutter approach, right? But every sector of the economy is now being touched in one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you tell us a little bit what your thoughts are there on that?
Obviously, go back and I'll start to sound like a broken record. But the interest for us is that in order to drive AI, you need data centers, you need all that, and the amount of energy that they use. In order to provide that energy, you're going to need more coal, you're going to need more nuclear, you're going to need more gas. I leave out wind and solar on purpose because I hate them. But you're going to need that, all that works, that reliable, abundant, affordable, and reliability is the real key. So that's the opportunity for our side on the mining and production side. Now, when you talk about how you use it, I still don't really know what AI is. You pull up your Google search and it says your AI, whatever, and it pulls this up. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it translates actually into the mining sector. And Kyle may be able to. He's smarter than I am. He could probably tell you. But when you, and I'll take a sidetrack. A little interesting AI story. So I was visiting with a person. He says, "Oh yeah, you got to get on this Chat GPT or whatever. You just ask it to write you something, and it'll." And I did. I said, "Generate a report on the coal industry in Wyoming," and it did. It pulled it up, and it's like, "Oh my!" And I'm reading it, and I'm going, "This really sounds familiar." Well, of course it sounds familiar because I wrote it. And it was online. And so you got to be really careful with artificial intelligence because it may not actually be that intelligent. How you just because I don't know how to use it doesn't mean everybody else does. People are using it. Sure. And I think our friend Mike Wandler at L&H Industrial, he talks about how he really is using and incorporating AI in his operation and how he trains his workers and stuff. So it is coming, it's here, just because I don't know how to use it. But the bottom line is it takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. And you've got to provide that.
I think I can add on to that. I think when you look at it in the industry space alone, it's automation. Automated haul trucks, autonomous dozers in the extraction industries. But that also brings in robotics. Brings in another industry, brings in another required skill set, right? And then I'm just going to put a plug in. If you have not been on the Energy Authority website under the reports, go look at the coal study, because there's a piece in there that talks about this energy demand. And here's what's interesting about it. 5 lowest cost states for power all have a level of baseload coal in their profile. Okay, this is back to the more is more question. They also have a chunk of gas for, coal is baseload, reliability. Have a chunk of gas for peak or spike power. And then there is a share of the alternatives when they're working right to feed into the grid that does help balance some of that cost. So those states that have that lowest cost profile have that mix or that diversity in their energy stream. The states with the highest cost have gas and alternatives because they're subject to the highs and lows and spikes of the gas market and the intermittent nature of the alternatives. So they pay the highest power. So when you're talking about bringing data centers in and the energy, and it's not just data centers, our everyday use, it's public use, industrial use across the board. The demand is outstripping the ability to supply the power. But when you look at the reliability, dispatchability, and affordability piece, those states and those players that have that diversity of mix in their generation are going to be where your industry wants to be because that's where their power is affordable.
Thank you for all of that. Sam, did you want to add something?
I just want to say, so I think automation is right. And so I would say for the nuclear industry, even though people think of nuclear as something kind of fancy and far-fetched, nuclear is historically very conservative and cautious with new technologies. So we prize safety above all else. So there is talk of automating certain tasks, but there will always be certain decisions with humans in the loop that affect safety. So, but one way, just an example of how AI is used. So for diagnostics, so at a fuel plant, like what we're talking about, we can get AI to collect data from the process operations, from machine performance, and process it and give it to the operators in a very efficient way versus having a human trying to extract data, put it into spreadsheets, make plots or whatever. It can really speed up that process so that your operators are able to actually look at it and have meaningful data to make decisions.
I appreciate that. We've got about maybe 15 minutes. Let's go to the last question here, and then we'll get into closing remarks. But as you guys look ahead in each of your individual sectors, tell us what you think is probably the single most important action that must be taken to remain competitive in this industry. There's a broad answer. That's a big question, right? And it's not going to be one specific answer. I get that. But tell us more, Kyle.
I can give you the 6 or 8 word answer.
Tell us.
Keep an open mind, base your decisions on the facts, and a willingness to invest. It's pretty much that simple.
So I think it goes back to where we started from, maintaining the supportive business environment in the state of Wyoming. So like we talked about, the state has a great vision. We're on a good path. So maintaining that pathway, and just a little plug going back to education and making the pathways known at early ages. So that's just very important. And I think just tying back into work-based learning, these kind of programs all work together, everything that we've been talking about.
I would say, be bold and don't be afraid. Kyle's example of the Field and Stream article is a great one. Unless you can find a reason to say no to everything. But when you look at it, you have that's cowardice. You have to be bold. You have to be willing to take a chance. Things might not go always the way you want it to, but you have to be bold and you have to take big steps. And Wyoming's at a crossroads right now, kind of like we were back in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah. And we've got to decide whether we're going to be bold or whether we're going to be afraid.
Totally valid.
Awesome. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think at this point, we'll go ahead and open it up for Q&A and then we'll do some closing remarks. So I'll open it up for any questions, comments.
We answered them all.
I have a question for Sandra. You'd mentioned that one of the competitive advantages is Gillette College. And I think you said an additional 6 to 9 months training. And I know, part of what we do is add programs to our eligible provider list to where if someone's interested in going on that career path, they can apply for a grant and have that. So where are you at with working with the community college in designing a program that will fit your needs?
So one of my colleagues is actually directly involved, and he and I talked about this. So I think it's, I'm trying to remember the name of the gentleman here that he's working with, but we've actually talked about specific lab space that's needed, particular equipment. So one example might be glove boxes. So glove boxes are what you might use to handle the fresh uranium. So the skill of just learning to use a glove box, just having those mock-ups set up here, that's just one example. And then there would be other kind of machine operations type things that we would have with Gillette College.
Other questions?
Question. I have a question just about uranium mining. Is that picking up a lot? And is there any new investment or more mines that you're aware of opening?
You want me to take that one?
I'll answer part of it and then I'll kick it to you. There's a lot of activity in the uranium space right now. We're seeing our mines that were idled are producing now. And there's a lot of exploration activity going on. We have a tremendous uranium resource, one of the best in the country, if not the best in the country. And yes, it's picking it up. All of our mining that we do right now is in situ solution mining. We don't mine conventional. We have the capability to, and eventually maybe we will, mine it conventionally again. But it's very, very safe, environmentally friendly, very efficient. And we're seeing we're on the edge of a uranium renaissance. Kyle?
It comes back to one of the things you said earlier, Travis, on policy. We had some national policy changes along the lines of where we source our uranium and looking for that a better situation that's more secure with our domestic source. So we've seen an increase in that industry across the board. Wyoming has the single largest reserve total of uranium in the country. Texas also runs some ISR facilities and is a competitor for us. What we saw initially here was a lot of our well fields were just kind of idle. They turned those back on and cranked them up to start upping production and then adding new well fields. And then to Travis's point, looking at some exploration and some new potential ISR facility mines. And then with BWXT, having that resource in the Pumpkin Buttes here over by Strata's operation, North Moorcroft, they're very well situated here in Gillette where they're directly close to their source. So there's a lot of factors to that, but a big chunk of that was national policy on uranium.
So I guess I wanted to add the kind of flip side, the kind of like the negative case study of what you're talking about. So Virginia has a fairly substantial uranium deposit in Southwest Virginia, which is pretty, I would say, economically deprived. Textile industry abandoned Southwest Virginia, but the state of Virginia has a moratorium. So that can't be touched. So you talk about differences between environments. That's an example where Wyoming has an environment that's able to do this responsibly, recognizing it can be done responsibly and having a more open mind about it. So it's kind of supporting your point. That's not always the case.
Yeah, okay.
Shay, I'm just curious. There's a lot of talk about data centers and about energy usage. And I actually live in Laramie County in Cheyenne. So right now there is a resolution to do a moratorium basically on data centers. which has become a large part of our economic development there. I know that Wyoming is different structurally in that energy infrastructure costs can't be passed on to the consumer for those data centers. But I don't see the energy companies coming forward and giving that voice and that support to the data centers who seem to kind of be out there fighting the battle, and the energy companies and the water folks are, 50 miles back going, yeah, you're right, but there's no support. And I just saw a thing that there are only 12 states now in the United States that don't have some sort of a moratorium or a slowdown on data center development. And so why aren't you guys coming out to support these folks? I'm just curious.
Let me try and answer that question. It's not I don't think it's a question of support. What you have, especially in Laramie County and Black Hills Energy, created the TerraFloat system. It's been modeled across the country. It's highly successful. So, Laramie County, that's why we've got 17 of them now. So that's why they're attracted to that location is the energy provider, the G&T or generation transmission, has figured out a way to work with those units where they have some behind the meter power. But when they need that steady base load, there's a TerraFloat system in place to make that work. And it's up to those individual generation and transmission companies or G&Ts in to decide how they want to supply that. And that has to go through the Public Service Commission. Black Hills Energy just got a great system with that. If they keep going that way, it's a good solution. The other part is, and a lot of people miss this, is dark fiber. You got to have dark fiber to come in for these data centers. And I'm not an expert in this by any means. I assume it means that it's some type of fiber optic cable that is extremely fast and extremely high capacity. And they want redundancy. They want an in and an out. Well, I don't know why Cheyenne has the dark fiber it does. It could be because of the base. I don't know. And the connectivity to SAC and the mountain down south. I don't know. But we have dark fiber and we have that redundant system. So it's highly attractive. You come to a location like Gillette, they have to bring dark fiber here. You got to bring it in for Billings or Cheyenne or Rapid to get those two directional redundancies here. That's going to take some bold investment, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, to bring that type of dark fiber. So if you want to court those types of facilities, I think at the end of the day, the dark fiber connectivity is going to dictate more of where those facilities land than power or water. Because you can go to closed system water. Which we have, and quite frankly, Wyandotte out here runs the same type of system. So, that's not new technology, but I do think a lot of it comes down to what the underlying infrastructure and the optical fiber is going to be.
Good question. Other question? Yes.
Kind of similar to Dr. Aldridge's question about the data center work. One thing that we've found challenging so far with some of those projects that are going on is they're large, not out-of-state contractors that bring in large out-of-state workforces and pay low wages. So I was just curious if you guys had avenues of where you were trying to pull workers from to attract, like you'd said before, to get them to come to Gillette instead of these other jobs.
I don't know how to answer that.
I don't either. That's a good
question. It's a great question. And I think every community struggles with that one. And a lot of it comes down to the size and scale on some of these projects. And that's why they're bringing in these outside workforces. The other one that I don't know how to address this, and it would be great if we could as a state maybe figure out how to do this. But I know some of our workforce has background histories that are, if you're going to work on a government project or a tech project, makes it difficult. And if there was some way to resolve that issue, that probably would help our workforce. I mean, if you have a worker that, for example, has a felony background, but might be your best guy, right? You've had him for 20 years. He's probably the loyalist person on your crew.
Not gonna work on a new.
But he's not gonna get on a government project, and if you're bidding that project, he's not gonna be eligible. Now, how do we get over that hurdle to maybe lift those people up and give them a better opportunity in our contractors? I think that might be part of that question.
And could cut some of the safety protocols in place. I mean, some of these types of laws are in place for a reason, you know, that's serious stuff.
Right, right. But you know what I'm saying, that there is I think there's an opportunity. How do we work on a solution for that opportunity? I think that would help open up some of our contractors.
I don't think it's historically unique. When large projects come to Wyoming, they bring an out-of-state workforce, and you know, and of those folks coming in, a certain percentage are going to stay. And you know, I don't know if there's. It's an interesting question. It's a really interesting question.
It's a great.
But I mean, when you know, when the coal mines opened up in Gillette, I mean, those jobs weren't all filled by Gillette people. People moved here. And they came from out of state. So
I think the biggest question, I guess, is Wyoming workers. Like it, focusing on not only just helping the businesses,
right,
you know, get these big projects.
No, absolutely.
Helping our workforce.
Absolutely. And I think to the crux of your question is, does Wyoming have enough workers? That's why they're bringing in folks from out of state, because we don't have enough. And that goes back, I mean, you can get into this whole chicken and egg, is, you know, our kids, our potential workers leave the state, and then new people come in, and it's just that whole cycle. That's a great question.
It's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question.
Mr. Chairman, how are we doing on time?
We're doing well. We've got a few more minutes.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
This is for all three of you or anyone who wants to take it, and forgive me, but it's a two-parter. You talked about the competitive environment for energy projects and other states that are competing for those projects. And you also focused a little bit on housing as a challenge, both here and in other states. And so I'm curious if there are any plans in place or in development to address that locally in communities like Gillette or other communities across the state. And then part two would be, are there any, I'm curious if you're aware of or can share what other communities in other states might be doing to increase their sort of competitive profile that we might emulate or look at as examples on the housing issue in particular.
If you're going to be competitive, your workers have to have a place to live. I mean, that's just it. And you know, we talk and we talk and we talk. Hopefully someday we get to a solution, but you have to have a place to live. And you know, the other side about it, when you talk about a competitive advantage for a community, is you have to have a community that people want to live in as well. You know, for instance, in the uranium mining industry, you know, where the mines are out, you know, you're doing an hour and a half commute each way to get to your job, and then you get back to your town, and you know, do you have a restaurant scene? Do you have a movie theater? Do you have a rec center? And that goes, I think, to the whole competitive advantages. If you want to be competitive and you want people to come and work in your community, you have to have a community worth working in, and you have to have a place to live. So there are absolutely no answers in that answer. It's just pontificating, but Wyoming's not unique in that. I mean, it's the way it is everywhere. Every Wyoming community, every state has got those. Yeah.
You know, that's not a space that the Energy Authority really is into for obvious reasons, what we're directed to do by statute. From a personal side of that, growing up here and watching this go up and down and sideways, a lot of it comes down to the local community politicians deciding, do you really want to invest in your community, and where do you want to go this. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm putting that one on you. You know, it comes down to, are you gonna do the zoning and construction and the things that you need to do in a community to make sure that you can create that space for those people to come here. And, you know, we're not gonna overpopulate Wyoming. That's the other fear I hear is we're gonna bring all these people in and it's gonna change Wyoming. Well, you know, we brought a lot of people in since I was 20 years old, and I still have my places in this state that are just like they were 40 years ago, they are today. So
You want growth with no growth.
yeah, you want growth with no growth, that's not an option. So,
Economic development with no growth.
yeah. So, you know, I don't think we're gonna overpopulate the state, but I do think it comes down to a lot of local community decisions on the housing. So.
I guess I can add one thing, because I was in Texas, it's been about 2 weeks ago, and saw evidence of Texas's kind of $350 million pot. So one of the things that they have is through Texas A&M University, which is a huge university in Texas. They have made land available at a special campus they have, and I was amazed. We went out to that campus, and it used to be, so full disclosure, I went to Texas A&M, but this, where we went, used to be Calfield. And we went out there, and there was a nuclear company moving dirt to construct a prototype micro reactor. So they had gotten money from the state, I'm sure. I didn't ask them outright. They also got access to land, and you go back to that business environment kind of thing in Texas. So I guess I would think about, is there land available? Is the permitting process or those kind of state level things in place? I would assume so, but that is just what I saw evidence of in Texas. I was amazed that anybody could just start a nuclear project that quickly, because that's not historically been the case in this industry.
Mr. Chairman, maybe a final thought on that. I'd sure a lot rather be dealing with how do we make the housing available than watching them load houses up on rails when we're in a bus and shipping them to Denver. So, because a few of us in this room have lived here long enough to see a few of those. And, you know, the housing problem is a problem, but it's a problem I'd rather be working on as far as building more houses than watching them leave.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we probably have time for one more question before you do your closing remarks, if anyone has any.
All right, Mr. Kyle, start with you and then we'll end with.
Sure. No, just a real privilege to be here and visit with you folks today. I'll be around for a little bit here. I got to catch up on a little email, probably like everybody else. And, you know, I would encourage you, if you've not looked at, you know, the Energy Authority, what we do, take a look on the website, reach out, call us. If you're in town, we're always happy to visit with anybody. If you have projects coming around, put them in touch with us if they aren't already, and we're happy to talk to them. We want to see Wyoming move forward.
Okay, so for me, I just, on behalf of BWXT, just thank you for inviting us to be a part of this. We're excited by what's going on in Wyoming. We certainly have to say appreciation to the Wyoming Energy Authority and the other folks we're working with in the state of Wyoming, and just kind of recognizing. We were here last fall for a public meeting. We had over 200 people show up. What a great thing to be in a place where people care and they're genuinely curious and engaged. And so this is just more evidence of the commitment of the state and the people. So BWXT is happy to be here. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to join with you today. And, you know, I guess my end of the day takeaway is nothing is as good as it seems. Nothing's as bad as it seems. The reality falls in between. Let's keep our eye on the prize. A lot of opportunity, a lot of good things going on, and don't be afraid.
Ride for the brand.
Ride for the brand.
More is more. I wrote that down. More is more.
A lot of cliches floating around. I'm a walking cliche.
Well, everyone, thank you for your time. Thank you for the questions. Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Well, Mr. Wetland and Ms. Sloan and Mr. Gillette, if I'm saying that correctly, thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of, I'm sure, what are busy days for all of you to come share. This is a very, very enlightening panel for all of us, I think. Mayor Lundvall, thanks for a great list of questions. I don't know, it's supposed to put a lot of time and energy.
I gotta be honest, I can't take credit for that
Of
stuff.
other questions, then they just kept coming out, so that was really great. And, thank you all again.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. And we'll be on break until 10:25. But let's be back here right then promptly and get the start until the team. Thanks.
Yeah.
So it's not just me.
I was, and so someone popped a big, a little thing up, signed the petition against it.
They just don't understand. Every time they email you or send me a text message, you send a data center to do it.
I do.
No, I was.
Oh, yeah, give them my number. Because we got the contract.
These guys have got.
Because there's a lot of misunderstandings. And
It's a
then.
building. With a bunch of kids.
But they've been around since 2009 in Cheyenne. I mean, we have the lobby that Sam Gillette started. Yeah, but we're being trash right now.
Well, we're talking about the radio system.
Water was.
But I'm getting it anyway. Yeah.
Well, keep up the good fight.
Well, thanks.
And they're the best.
Oh, is that right?
Hi, I'm Jennifer. It's great to meet you. There's some good news from Mayor One Ball. No, but there's much. So.
I actually have been doing mine in the city.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of stuff to take to you.
Yeah, buddy, you're like, yeah, don't mind if I.
Thank you very much.
My text yesterday.
I'm not sure.
I'm Jennifer. Nice to meet you. Here's some goodies from Mayor One Ball. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes.
I didn't see it.
I got you.
I'm a little late.
Yeah, you've been a bit busy. Right now, finally get like, actually finally open today. Yeah. I don't even know if
Didn't tell me much.
Well, we're so glad to.
we have one.
We'll do the thing. Get some coffee.
Just like,
Aaron made it, so just remember that.
I can promise it's good.
I know, I can't be.
I don't know what to tell you, but just. Everybody I talk to, I've been like,
Early at 11, and then my husband, he's like, I'm sorry, are you sleeping? It'll be fine.
we don't have city members.
I don't know what else. So. So it's fun. So what do you do in the governor's office?
I'm a policy advisor. Structurally.
I love that. To go to University of Wyoming, which was our so you know the house out there. It's the truth.
I mean, there was 9 eventually, originally, but we lost the
I mean, I'm sure we can actually be over 30,000
Well.
That's what Casper, I mean, that's what someone Casper, if you learn to do it. So, yeah, I can imagine, but I don't see where they go like, fine. Well, I'm gonna put.
We use gonna just be. So this, I can do it because I'm. But because if we had to move up.
That's place.
I actually. Outlook. I just.
Yeah, because I know it's this big reason you're and then going back down a different set of workforce for permanent staffing. You have to respect me if I can't even. So how many hours does that say?
But that's why, because some of the platforms, when we keep them on Google, and then
Yeah,
the other thing is, if we update them, we add members. I don't know if you noticed. I push, do not notify every time. And Google does every time.
And that's
Okay, I get like dozens of emails saying that I updated. Good, because I'm like, don't tell them.
I'll send you my slide.
I just put meeting materials in, they don't care.
I'll read through the state plan.
If I add all that stuff, you know, but I. It updates on my.
Down the street from where I work, which is kind of. Somebody just one morning, for sure, I put a plan, stick a sign in the ground. Coming soon, data center. That was like 9 months ago. I haven't seen anything from this signage over there.
Never know.
Nice to meet you. I'm just saying, I started my career in Idaho Falls.
Discuss.
And then I used to wash.
Thank you.
Yeah, my husband, it took me about 2 seconds. And you wanna go, and I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's generally not.
I probably need to. This summer.
I don't know, maybe it's gonna be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, no, I know. I'm trying to go with some different, I usually go summer.
Oh, yeah, yeah, well, you, that's definitely.
And started to something like.
Now, have you toured Gillette Company? You used to come here with Mr. Bob?
No.
I'll definitely have to.
Oh, I love it. They're people. Oh, I love those bands.
I found that.
She's been there since summer. She's been there.
Nice to meet you in person. We've talked and infiltrated.
Over time, you know, they kind of wear and, you know, they have a lot of last year. I don't want to be.
Yeah, it was last week for the summer.
Yes, I was fine there.
Yeah, we had some trouble with weather.
So I do like to.
We had some people who didn't make it.
Well,
That's all right, they're close.
trying to retire.
Even when
And so, yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah, it is the second Thursday. You know, so it's just like, that is what it is, unless. In 20, that's what you're. I would prefer, just tell me what you want, like.
Oh, my goodness.
Like I said, it's 55 right now. The other part of that.
Like 10 years ago, I said, and then I never.
Yeah.
So that.
But I just, you know, I just.
Actually, this morning, Jen, on my backyard. It's just, you gotta.
Not my backyard.
Yeah. It's clear.
I'll say the one thing that.
But I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what industry you're in, somebody's in that same nutrition, it's like, whatever those numbers be. It's kind of that same deal with the drought. You would have sort of a lot like the clinic lab. You would talk to that operator.
Well, they live in the city. Or if they want to try and talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
What is it?
But still, I mean, I see your point.
Yeah. Taking that big- Fire up.
I kept asking two things.
They charged us $1.
The entire time I was asking for
Bigger section.
This was.
Then we have a new
Example.
Yeah.
See,
He was over.
I think,
Okay, I might ask.
Now is put in our level 10 and put it up. And then we are also just hiring, under him.
around like.
You bring it in or read it.
There's a lot of. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Everything else.
Nobody was signed up.
Yeah, I know, man.
The emotional reaction governs.
Why we don't have careers. That's not that we can't do it. It's just.
Get out of it. You too, you're right.
But ultimately.
It's not a scientific topic, right? It's not a technology. Right, you're on.
Wyoming. Really embrace the fuel cycle.
My husband thought he was funny and got me a name tag for my dad when I was pregnant. And now he's like, I hear you, he told me. You're my husband. But he thought he was funny. He was like,
Yeah.
Andrew is over. That's the issue that typically is. Okay, well, don't call your exam about it. We gotta go out.
Get outside.
There's a whole lot of things that can be learned from that experience.
We studied it, believe me. We're trying not to. You don't want to.
But we had a lunch.
They would just say, you know, I'm like, well, I get that.
Yeah, I'm sending you like all the excitement.
Oh, so
Yeah, we some about showing us some flowers.
In the marching.
Yeah.
Oh, of course,
Thank you. Can I get more than one? Do you have?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't even try out. It's up for the crew.
No, you don't. You have to have it. Looks cool. Just hope for the.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice.
I found our.
Nice stuff. Oh, good.
We were talking about the.
Yeah, so I just I don't have to remember anything.
And everything.
All that's-
I didn't run the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, so you're saying like college.
I just do.
I do.
And so they're, I don't know if you see their virtual rounds for lab upstairs. What's on the floor? Okay. Their shop. And they've got some impressive stuff. Let me grab my card.
It's our target.
It looks, that was my first thought.
And then a lot, like we were talking about, and it is fun. You understand, you're like, they are starving. And lucrative, and they're good, they're good jobs. I mean, I think all of these.
Not you mentioned like all my work, I go right. Kids go out past days.
Yes.
When I was in school,
It's all it takes. Keeps these minds open for a long time.
I mean, I don't know what is electrical.
But a lot of them have been thinking about it and supported.
Oh, yeah.
And they're what you said you definitely wanted.
Great.
I've lived in Wyoming literally.
Oh, it's 10:25.
Trophy creative. Yeah. I think we have it set up that especially if you're you can select and pick up and then all get it.
Something there that you guys do it. It's like sound like.
Well, they make other games. They already have our stuff too.
I don't know what time I got home last night.
Mike? Oh, you're right.
Oh, wait, no. You're late.
Get it together.
I don't know.
All right, everyone, if we could please take our seats one more time for our final series of sessions. All right, everyone, our next update is going to be from Michael Moore at the Department of Research and Planning. Got that right? Yep. He's going to give us an update on the state plan economic and workforce analysis. Michael is joining us online. So if you, I hope you can hear us, Michael, and please take it away.
Mr. Chairman and members of council, thank you. I can hear you. Can everybody see my screen and see it moving? Okay.
You can.
Perfect. All right. Thanks again for having me here today to talk to you a little bit about R&P's part in the WIOA State Plan 2-year revisions that we just completed. Just as a reminder, WIOA stands for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And keep in mind at the time through this that we put this together, much of the most recent data we had was through 2024. The 2026 Wyoming Workforce Annual Report is being reviewed by R&P's editorial committee right now, and will be sent out to the council for review within the next week or so. And that report will have more current data through 2025 and into early 2026. The annual report will be published in June, and I'll be back here in the fall to provide the council with an overview of that report. Just a little bit about research and planning to get us started. I think most everybody is familiar with what we do. We are an exclusively statistical entity within DWS, where we collect, analyze, and publish timely labor market information data. And we provide this information to the public, legislators, educators, training providers, the media, job seekers, employers to make informed decision making. R&P is responsible for providing the narrative to the WIOA state plan revisions and sort of setting the table in order to provide an idea of current trends in Wyoming's economy and labor market. There are two parts of the plan for which we're responsible. The first is an economic analysis, and the second is a workforce analysis. For this presentation, I'll touch on some of the highlights. There's a lot more in that plan than we have time to go over here today, so I encourage you to look through that. And the first link here will take you to a draft of the plan, and the second one will take you to the table and figures that R&P prepared as supporting items for the plan. I'll start off with some data from the first part of the plan, which is an economic analysis. Since the end of the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated economic downturn, Wyoming saw 16 consecutive quarters of job growth from second quarter 2021 to second quarter 2025, based on data from the Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages, or QCEW. So that was 4 full years of over-the-year job growth. However, job growth began to slow during the first 2 quarters of 2025. During each of those quarters, Wyoming employment grew at a rate of just over 0.4% over the year during each quarter. Employers added right around 1,000 jobs each quarter compared to the prior year. In addition, data from the QCEW indicate that Wyoming lost 1,300 jobs over the year in third quarter 2025, which is a 0.5% decrease, and 1,800 jobs in fourth quarter 2025, a 0.6% decrease. And this marked the first over-the-year job losses in Wyoming since first quarter 2021 during the pandemic. This figure presents a visualization of what I was just talking about and shows over-the-year percent change in Wyoming employment from first quarter 2015 to fourth quarter 2025. You can see how job growth slowed during the last several quarters of 2025 in this at the right side of this graphic. Each red square here indicates a quarter of over-the-year job losses. The 2 shaded boxes in this graph represent periods of economic downturn, in this case 2015 Q2 to 2016 Q4, and 2020 Q2 to 2021 Q1. And R&P defines an economic downturn as a period of at least 2 consecutive quarters of over-the-year declines in both average monthly employment and total wages based on data from the QCEW. At the very end of this graph, you can see 2 consecutive quarters of over-the-year job losses during third and fourth quarter 2025. These were relatively small job losses at 0.5 and 0.6%, and we wouldn't consider this an economic downturn because total wages actually increased quite a bit during those 2 quarters, but this is definitely something we'll keep an eye on. For this part of the plan, we used data from second quarter 2024 to second quarter 2025, as that was the most current data we had at the time. Construction added the greatest number of jobs with 363, which is a 1.5% over-the-year increase. Wholesale trade, transportation, and utilities added 338, a 1.7% increase. Other services, except public administration, added 197 jobs, or 2.6%. And healthcare and social assistance added 166 jobs, about 0.6%. But perhaps the thing that stood out the most was mining, which lost 317 jobs over the year, a 2% decrease. The WIOA plan requires us to identify existing and emerging industries, and to do this, we looked at more detailed industry subsectors. Just to quickly explain this, industry sectors are given a 2-digit code from the North American Industry Classification System, or NAICS, and within each 2-digit sector code are several more detailed 3-digit subsectors. As an example, on the left side of this graph is construction, which is given the NAICS code of 23. Within construction are 3 subsectors: construction of buildings, which has the NAICS code of 236, heavy and civil engineering 237, and specialty trade contractors 238. Another example, healthcare and social assistance on the right side here has the NAICS code of 62. There are 4 subsectors within healthcare and social assistance, including ambulatory healthcare services, NAICS 261, health hospitals 622, nursing and residential care facilities 623, and social assistance 624. So to identify existing demand industries as required by the WIOA plan, we looked at our latest growing and declining industry report from second quarter 2025. We define a growing industry subsector as one that has seen over the year increase of at least 5% for 2 consecutive quarters based on data from the QCEW. In addition, we limit these to industries with employment of at least 100. And in second quarter 2025, we had 8 subsectors that met these criteria. Some of these were subsectors with the greatest job gains in second quarter 2025 included specialty trade contractors, support activities for transportation, warehousing and storage, and food manufacturing. For example, specialty trade contractors added an average of 671 jobs per quarter from the prior year in 2025 Q1 and Q2, which is an average increase of 5.6% per quarter. To identify emerging demand industries as required by the WIOA plan, we found the 10 industry subsectors with the greatest projected growth from our 2022 to 2032 long-term industry projections. This slide shows the top 5 industry subsectors with the greatest projected growth during that period. These include specialty trade contractors with 2,714 new openings during the 10-year period, an increase of 22.9%. Heavy and civil engineering construction with 752 new jobs, or 15.3%. And support activities for mining with 641 new jobs, or 9.9%. Also, just thought I would mention that we will have new long-term projections available for 2024 to 2034 this summer. As part of the WIOA plan, we're also tasked with identifying demand occupations. And for that, we use the in-demand occupations list that the council approved last year. Just as a reminder, occupations in this list had 50 projected total openings from 2022 to 2032 based on our projections, and an average hourly wage of $25. And there were 62 occupations that met these criteria. There were a wide variety of occupations that met these criteria. The top 5 were heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers with 862 total projected openings and an average hourly wage of $29.15. General and operations managers, 741 and $56.87. Operating engineers and other construction equipment operators, 361 openings and $30.68. Registered nurses, 354 total openings, $40.82. And carpenters, 342 openings, $26.79. The second part of R&P's narrative for the WIOA state plan focused on a workforce analysis. This figure shows Wyoming's population and the number of persons working in Wyoming from 2000 to 2024. Population peaked at 587,618 in 2024, which you can see in the blue line at the top. Persons working was highest at 381,090 in 2008, which is the red line below it. The three shaded areas here again represent those periods of economic downturn I mentioned earlier. And you can really see the ups and downs, especially with regard to the red line or the number of persons working during those periods of economic downturn. Since the pandemic, we've seen slow, steady growth in both population and the number of persons working in Wyoming. Using data from the U.S. Census Bureau's American Community Survey, we looked at individuals with barriers to employment. These include things like living in poverty, American Indians, individuals with a disability, English proficiency, youth, and more. To begin with, when talking about individuals with barriers to employment, we'll look with individuals living in poverty. In 2025, the poverty threshold for an individual living in Wyoming was $15,650, or $32,150 for a family of 4. The ACS provides data at the 100%, 130%, and 160% at the poverty level. And our tables that we published in the report also includes variables like sex and age. In 2023, 70,618 people in Wyoming were at or below the poverty level, which is 12.2% of the population. 95,434 people, or 16.5%, were at or below 130% of the population level or the poverty level. And 122,216 people were at or below 160% of the poverty level, and that's 21.1% of the population. So about 1 in 5% were at or below that 160% of the poverty level. Looking at American Indian or Alaska Natives, there were 12,397 of these individuals in Wyoming in 2023 and made up about 2.4% of the state's total population. Almost 1 in 3, or 31.2%, were younger than 18. 1 in 5 of those were in Fremont County. And of those individuals 16 and older, 41.3% were not in the labor force in 2023. We also looked at veterans in Wyoming. In 2023, Wyoming had an estimated 40,913 veterans living in the state. And the Census Bureau defines veterans as individuals who served in any branch of the U.S. military during a time of war or peace for any length of time at home or abroad. And this includes active duty individuals. Nearly half of those veterans in Wyoming in 2023 were age 65 or older. 16.9% were 55 to 64, and it kind of goes down from there. 14.3% of veterans were age 45 to 54. 10.1% were 35 to 44, and 8.2% were 25 to 34. The tiny blue slice at the top represents individuals younger than 25 who made up just 1.2% of all veterans in Wyoming. And the WIOA report also includes some discussion about veterans with different levels of disability, and 26.8% of all veterans had some level of disability. The WIOA plan includes some discussion on English proficiency in Wyoming in 2023. 93.4% of all persons said they spoke only English. 1.2% said they spoke English but not well. That's about 6,800 individuals. And 0.5%, or about 2,800 individuals, said they did not speak English. We also looked at individuals with a disability. According to the ACS, more than 84,000 people in Wyoming had some sort of disability in 2023, and that's 15.3% of the entire population. And the percent of the population with a disability increased with age. For example, more than 1/3 of those 65 and older had a disability, 35.1%. And among individuals younger than 45, less than 10% had a disability. We also look at the highest level of education completed by sex for this report, and that's what this graph shows here. 24.8% of all females had a high school diploma or equivalent as their highest level of education, compared to 30.7% of males. 38.4% of females had an associate's degree or some college, no degree, compared to 34.4% for males. And this is the highest level of completed education. And then finally, 31.5% of all females had a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to 28.4% of males. So in general, females in Wyoming tended to have a higher level of education than males. Part of our focus for the WIOA plan was on youth ages 15 to 19. This figure shows the youth population and the number of those working in Wyoming from 2014 to 2024. You can see in the red line that our youth population consistently increased after the pandemic and was 40,590 in 2024. That was an increase of over 4,000 when you compared that to from 2019 to 2024. The number of youth working in Wyoming, which is the blue line on the bottom, also increased consistently, but at a lower rate from 2019 to 2024. In 2024, we had 23,100 youth working in Wyoming, up almost 700 or 3.1% compared to 2019. We also looked at enrollment and graduation rates for public schools, and this figure shows total fall enrollment for Wyoming public schools for the 2015-16 to 2025-26 school years. And the data used to create this graph came from the Wyoming Department of Education. You can see a noticeable decline in fall enrollment in Wyoming's public schools, especially after 2022-23. In 2025-26, fall enrollment fell below 87,000 students. We also looked, as I mentioned, at high school graduation rates for Wyoming, and this figure shows the 4-year or on-time graduation rate for Wyoming public schools for the 2015-16 to 2024-25 school years, again, based on data from the Wyoming Department of Education. You can see that the state's 4-year graduation rate hovered right around 82% from 2017-18 to 2020-21, and then dipped a little bit the next 3 years. But then in 2024, we saw a pretty noticeable increase to 83.1%, which was the highest of the last 10 years. The Local Area Unemployment Statistics Program, or LAUS, provides the number of persons employed and unemployed in Wyoming. And the red line in this figure represents the total labor force, which is the sum of employed and unemployed persons. You can see that that's gradually increased since 2021, but was kind of flat from 2023 to 2024. The blue line represents the number of employed, and you can see that declined a little bit from 2023 to 2024. And those gray boxes in the back represent the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate for 2024 was 3.2%, up from 2.9% in 2023, but well below the 6.1% rate in 2020 during the pandemic. This figure shows us the labor force participation rate in Wyoming, which is the red line, and the rate for the US, which is the blue line from 2000 to 2025. You can see that Wyoming has historically had a higher labor force participation rate, and that goes all the way back to 1976 when these metrics were first measured. But if you look at the right-hand side of the graph, you can really see that for the first time in 2025, Wyoming's labor force participation rate dropped below that of the US, which has never happened before. At the very end, you'll also see a small break in the data. That's because we don't have data for October 2025 due to the federal government shutdown during that time. This figure zooms in on the past figure to more specifically the 2021-2025 period. And you can get a better look at how Wyoming's labor force participation rate fell below the national average in 2025. And again, that break at the end represents October 2025, for which we don't have data because of the government shutdown. We also looked at individuals who received unemployment insurance or UI benefits. The number of UI benefit recipients, which is the red line, increased from 10,460 in 2023 to 10,972 in 2024, which was an increase of 512 individuals, or about 4.9%. You can see the number of benefit recipients spike during those periods of economic downturn, which are marked with those shaded gray boxes. The blue line represents those who exhausted their UI benefits. You can see those same spikes during those economic downturns as well. You can see that from 2022 to 2024, the number of UI benefit recipients remained lower compared to historical levels. Again, we're up slightly from 2023 to 2024, but it's still lower than any point over the last 20 years. And if you follow the dotted lines, you can see that while we saw a little bit of an increase from 2023 to 2024, follow that dotted line and you'll see that we're still well below both recipients and exhaustees from the last 20 years. This figure provides another way to look at benefit exhaustees by showing the benefit exhaustion rate in Wyoming. In 2024, 18.1% of individuals who received UI benefits exhausted those benefits. That was up slightly from 2023, but again, pretty low compared to the last 20 years. You can also see here how benefit exhaustion rates spiked during those economic downturns. The highest was 35.8% in 2010. There are a lot of statistics on UI benefit recipients in the state plan. I'll just touch on a few of those. Older workers are more likely to exhaust their benefits than younger workers. For example, 34.2% of those 65 and older exhausted their benefits in 2024, compared to 12% of those 25 to 34. A larger number of males receive UI benefits than females each year, but females are more likely to exhaust those benefits. Of almost the 11,000 UI benefit recipients in 2024, 13.5% were eligible for the maximum 26 weeks of benefits. As part of the workforce analysis portion of the WIO estate plan, we also looked at labor market trends. We focused on 6 industries: mining, construction, retail trade, professional and business services, healthcare and social assistance, and leisure and hospitality. And we chose these 6 industries because they generally contribute the largest number of jobs in Wyoming. I'll provide you with a closer look at each one of those 6 industries, but I thought I'd share this figure from page 28 of our tables and figures report from the WIO report, which shows employment for all 6 industries. It's a little difficult to present in the space we have available here, but here's a brief look at it. You can see the largest number of jobs were in leisure and hospitality, the purple line up top, followed by retail trade, the blue line underneath it, and healthcare and social assistance, the brown line. We'll start off with mining, including oil and gas. We know the importance of this sector to Wyoming's economy. In 2024, mining's $1.7 billion in total wages made up 9.8% of the statewide total, and the 16,059 jobs in mining accounted for 5.7% of all jobs. As you can see in this figure, employment in mining has consistently declined over the last 10 years. You can see that mining lost a large number of jobs during each economic downturn and never really returned to those levels. Next industry we'll look at is construction. In 2024, construction accounted for 8.4% of Wyoming's total employment, with 23,679 jobs, and 9.7% of the state's total wages, with $1.7 billion. The black line represents average monthly employment, and you can really see the seasonal trend of construction employment here. Employment peaks in the 3rd quarter each year. The red line is a 4-quarter moving average that allows us to identify employment trends, and we've seen consistent growth in construction since the pandemic. We'll look at retail trade. The 30,225 jobs in Wyoming's retail trade sector in 2024 represented 10% of the state's total employment. You can see that same seasonal pattern here that we saw in construction, with employment peaking in the third quarter each year. Retail trade contributed $1.1 billion in total wages, 6.6% of the statewide total. You can see the downward trend in employment in retail trade for several years from 2015 to 2020. And then we really saw an upturn during and after the pandemic. But since about 2022, employment in retail trade has been pretty flat. We'll look now at professional and business services. This is a super sector comprising three sectors: professional and technical services, management of companies and enterprises, and administrative and waste services. In 2024, the 22,112 jobs in professional and business services accounted for 7.8% of Wyoming's average monthly employment, and this super sector contributed $1.9 billion in total wages, 10.9% of the total. And you can see really strong, consistent job growth in this industry since the pandemic. The greatest job growth there has been seen in detailed industries like computer systems design and related services, management and technical consulting services, architectural and engineering services, and office and administrative services. Here we'll look at healthcare and social assistance. In 2024, Wyoming had 26,272 jobs in healthcare and social assistance, or 9.3% of all jobs in the state. $1.4 billion in total wages accounted for 8.1% of the state's total. You can see in this graph how healthcare and social assistance doesn't follow that same seasonal patterns that we've seen in other industries. And this is another industry where we've seen pretty consistent growth since the pandemic. And finally, we'll look at leisure and hospitality. Wyoming's leisure and hospitality sector provides more jobs than any other industry. In 2024, the 38,337 jobs accounted for 13.6% of the total employment in the state. The $1.1 billion in total wages accounted for 6.3% of the statewide total. There's that seasonal pattern again I mentioned, peaking in the third quarter. Leisure and hospitality lost more jobs during the pandemic than any other sector, but did recover. And over the last several years, employment has reached an all-time high in this industry. And with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up the presentation. There's a lot more information in the WIOA State Plan. I encourage you to read the narrative and check out those tables and figures. The links are on slide 3 in this presentation. As I mentioned before, we're wrapping up our 2026 Wyoming Workforce Annual Report. So I'll have that for you to review soon, and I'll be back with another presentation of updated data in the fall. Thanks again, and if you ever have any questions or need any assistance, my contact information is on here, so please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Before we let Michael go, does anyone have any questions on any of the slides presented here?
That's one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. This is Jerry from the governor's office. I'm curious if you can expand more on the labor force participation rate. It's maybe an unfair question. I'm not sure if you can speculate about it, but is there anything in the data that shows why that decrease is happening?
Mr. Chairman, members of council, let me pull that up real quick. I haven't dug into it enough to know why that's happened. Like I said, this is all pretty new. If we look at this specifically, it really didn't kick in until I think it was February 2025. So again, we're looking at fewer people participating in Wyoming's labor force than ever before. And like I said, we've seen these declines, whereas the U.S. has been actually gone up a little bit since the pandemic. They've been pretty flat. So we've just seen a smaller portion of our population engaging in the labor market here. They could be working for in another state. They could be working in a way that we don't capture. I mean, they could be teleworking for somebody else. They could be doing gig type jobs. So there's really a lot of possibilities that could be going on there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael? Oh, all right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, everyone.
Time and your work, and this is great data. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we are going to go to our digital wallet update. Ty is online. All right, so we'll turn that over to Ty Stockton. for a quick update on the digital wallet. Hey, Ty.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for having me join you today. I hope I'm not getting an echo. I've actually got two devices tuned in today because I'm trying to something new to show you on my phone when we get to that part. But I've got a quick update on the digital wallet that I think we brought up with you guys a while back, but we've made some progress in the last few months. So if I can show my screen, I will pop this up.
No echo, so you're good.
All right. Are you seeing that on the screen, the digital wallet?
We are.
Okay, good deal. And I believe that Laurel Ballard is on your panel, Mr. Chairman, and she's been a very integral part of this development of the wallet, as has been Jerry Henderson with the governor's office. And we've got some other partners throughout other departments that I'll get to in a moment. But so the digital wallet, in case you're not familiar with it, the digital credential wallet is a system that collects and allows the credential earners to share secure, verified credentials. It gives a little more power to the job seeker and a little more veracity to the employer than the traditional job boards where somebody says, I graduated from the University of Wyoming. I have these skills. They're self-attested, but with the digital wallet, they're verified. The university that gave the credentials or the employer who said this person does great work can verify that, and then it's a better gauge of that person's skills than the self-attestation. The learner or the job seeker, the owner of the credentials owns those credentials. So the digital wallet stores them on that person's device and gives the control to that person. So nobody else can go in and figure out what your credentials are. They're only available if the owner of those credentials shares them with an employer or a school or somebody else that they want to share them with. It should result in faster education and hiring interactions. So if somebody's applying for a job or applying to a college, they can send those verified credentials. So in the case of applying for a school, they may need to send their high school transcripts, and they just go straight through from the wallet to the institution or from the wallet to the business, the hiring manager, so that they can see that person's transcript, degrees, courses they've completed, and then we're going to get to skills as we develop this. And then there's also a reduced chance of fraud and data errors. So because it's an automated system, it pulls those things in, and you can't tweak them like you can with paper credentials. You can't forge them. And then the overarching, so the wallet is in the control of the person who owns the credential. The LER, it's a learning and employment record. The LER ecosystem is a cloud-based system that right now we're hosting with ETS on an Azure cloud. And that gathers all these credentials and then sorts them out to where they need to go. And it'll support non-traditional educational pathways. I don't really have any examples of that right off, but rather than just a college degree or a high school diploma or a certificate or something like that, there are other ways we can add those credentials into this. It can reduce training costs and turnover. expand credit for prior learning. So, if somebody's done a bunch of learning in the past and has taken a break from their schooling, it can pull those credentials in as well. And mastery-based learning to show that somebody may not actually have this credential, but they actually have the skills that are needed for this job. We put together a very extensive RFP for this process. We actually hired 2 different companies, one to act as a project manager to get us started, and then another one for the vendor to actually build the wallet and the LER. This is where I was alluding to the multi-agency, multi-state collaboration. Our partners are Laurel Ballard with the Wyoming Community College Commission, Jerry Henderson with the Governor's Office, Stephen Priest with the Department of Education, Matt Griswold with the University of Wyoming. We're also, working with Lauren Schenfeld and the WIP, and because it's a WIP program, so that's where it started before it got housed at DWS. And Mr. Chairman, if I can call on Dr. Ballard to explain the NGA community of practice if she's available.
She is not present, Tyler.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Before the project came to us, Laurel worked with that NGA community of practice, and it was several states. Some of them have gone on to build digital wallets of their own. I believe, I'm not sure if North Carolina and Florida are 2 of those states that were in that community, but they have wallets that were built by the same vendor who is building ours. And we've also worked with North Dakota and Kentucky, who are working. Their vendor for their wallets was the vendor who did our project management to start this program. And then Alabama and several other states we've been working with them as we go. And as we develop this wallet, we're going to be sending our test data to them to make sure that they can read it, and vice versa. So if some of our students, if somebody comes to us from a state that has a digital wallet, we want to be able to read their credentials. And if somebody from Wyoming needs to move somewhere else, they can use their credentials in the other state. So it'll be a system that works across state lines. It's being built on existing Wyoming systems. You guys, I believe, know about the WIOA MIS, which is we call Higher WIO. That's a system that we've been rebuilding for the last few years, and we're incorporating some of the elements from the LER into the MIS. So very soon it's going to be able to better match a job seeker with jobs that are available. So it'll tier the jobs that come in so that you have 100% match on this job and a 98% match on this job, and it'll lay those out so that you can see the jobs that you're a best fit for right at the top, and then don't waste your time with jobs that you're only a 20% match for. And the LER, the system as we build it, it's going to give us the ability to make faster interactions with those credentials. They're tamper proof. It puts the emphasis on the user agency to gather that information and link it to matches. And then just a little bit about the vendor that we selected. We're using a company called DigiCred. They've built, as I said before, they've built and have implemented digital wallets in North Carolina and Florida. It's pretty much off the shelf, although we do have to do some customization for Wyoming, just as every state has to do for, they might have different curricula for their schools. And right now we're working on kind of tearing apart those curricula so that if somebody gets a degree in animal sciences and takes these 30 different courses that made that up, it's pulling those things apart and figuring out what skills they actually have in addition to having that, they got an A in that class. But ecology of vertebrate species may not mean a lot to an employer, but the skills that they learned in there, like ability to research and some of those other individual skills, may make an employer say, well, gosh, I don't know what these classes are this person took, but the skills they have are exactly what lines up with this job that I have that I need to fill somebody for. So it doesn't so much matter what their degree is in, if they have a degree, or what their certificate is in, if they got that, as long as the skills that they've learned and that have been verified by the system match up with the skills that the job needs. Some of the next steps we have to build this out. Right now, we've started with, just to keep it simple and make sure that things work, we're focusing on healthcare, specifically nursing and emergency services, and then also precision ag and advanced manufacturing. As we go, we'll expand that to all fields, but we're starting with those just so that we can make sure that we get the credentials that are related to those fields into the system and that they work, and then kind of pilot it with those industries, and then we'll roll it out from there. We're completing the ecosystem configuration, expanding it to micro credentials that come up through the schools and the colleges. We've already added the transcripts and information from the K-12 systems. We're working on getting those higher ed, the community colleges and University of Wyoming, into it. And we have those in there as test data right now. It's actually actual data, but all of the identifying information that links it to a real person have been randomized. So it's real data, but it's not linkable to an actual person yet, just so we can test it and we don't accidentally share any PII. We've safeguarded against that. And then we'll be working on onboarding students and getting folks to adopt this, engaging employers. It kind of needs both sides. We need both the job seeker as well as the employer to use this for it to be useful. And as we pull those skills in, I think the employers will see a lot of value to it. And then when the employers are using it, the students will see, the job seekers will see value. So the two together will work together to keep pushing it forward and making it bigger and better. We'll be rolling it out statewide and then exploring, like I said, additional potential uses of the system. The parameters for this system were that it can only be for education and workforce, but it's being built on a platform that could eventually be used for other credentials, licenses, and other important documentation. So while that's not part of our process, down the road others could jump into it and use it for things like licenses and other documentation. As I said, the wallet framework is completed, and this is where I'm gonna try to share my phone screen with you in a second and show you kind of what it looks like right now. This is a screenshot of the Central High School page that you'll land on. As I said, we're working with the test data from the K-12 schools, We're hoping to soon team with some community colleges and get their information into here as well. And then we're also working to integrate it so that people don't have to go to two different places to get this information. They can access it through, if they're using the Higher WIO system, the information will be in there, and it's going to augment the Higher WIO information as well. So that integration is a work in progress. And then developing connections to allow the employers to send job descriptions and applications. So instead of just writing a job post that goes out to anybody and everybody, the hope is that soon we'll be able to say, I've got this job that I need a person with these specific skills for, and they'll be able to send a query to the system. The system will send their job description, their job posting, only to people who match those skills to whatever degree they want it to match. And then they don't get, if they're looking for a pharmacist, they don't get people who don't have a pharmacy degree. If they're looking for somebody who's a really good time manager, good with time management and shows up to work on time, they can send it to people whose skills match that. And then they don't get folks who don't have those credentials. So let me see if I can pull this up. I'm not entirely sure I can share my screen and my phone at the same time. Yeah, so I'm going to have to stop sharing this. I'm sorry, now you get two of me. And then, so when you log into the digital wallet, are you guys able to see the digital wallet screen now?
We are, Ty, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it uses biometrics, so you can unlock it with a pen or, and then I looked away. You can use it with a pen or your facial recognition. And when a student goes in, they can request their credentials, request their high school transcript, request their student ID, the things that we have in there so far. They can request those on this page. So it's just a very quick and easy click this button and then you have it. I've already done that with this, so I won't go through that. But if you use that middle button down on the bottom, then they can look at their transcript. So they can see, and this isn't mine. This person has this Michael Jordan, which is a fake name, obviously, has a 4.1 GPA. I would have killed for a 4.1 GPA when I was going to school, but I think they only went to 4.0 when I was there. But they can see it and then they can share it from that page. DigiCred is working on building a system. They're working on changing this. Right now, it's very technical stuff. The type of file that these are, they can't share it from this version of the wallet. But next week they're going to be launching their new wallet that has a new file type for these things. And not only can they share them, but if they have, like in my case, let's see, let me go back here. If I do try to share my credentials with Laramie County Community College, let's see, I might be doing it in the wrong spot. There's yeah, it might actually be, oh, here we go. I can share my transcript, and this test person actually has two transcripts, one from Central High and one from New Hanover County School District in another state. So you can choose which transcript you want to share and share it. but the new system will allow you to batch send that. So if you have 5 different transcripts, or as we go, it's going to be a lot bulkier, because it'll allow you to send those skills. And if you have 30 different skills you want to send, you can do those all at one time instead of having to send them one by one. So that's coming in the new version. But that's kind of what the wallet looks like at this time. And as I said, we're working on getting that to be a little more user friendly and easier to use.
That looks great. Excellent work. We're running a little behind, so I'm going to try to quickly see if there are any quick questions for Ty on this. But I want to say thanks to Jerry and to Dr. Ballard, who's not here, for the work on this. This is a great thing for our state going forward. Thank you. Any quick questions for, please?
Something to that a little bit. Thank you, Ty. I think that's awesome. One thing I'll add is really emphasizing that I think how Wyoming was one of the first states that was really interested in this through the National Governors Association, obviously as a Wyoming Innovation Partnership project. Just another example of digital innovation. Now the President Trump's administration has really gotten focused on LERs, or as they call them, talent marketplaces. And so I think there's the possibility for Wyoming to get kind of spotlighted at the federal level, and also there's funding opportunities potentially with that too. So it's exciting and it's growing throughout the country. So
thank you, Jerry. Any quick questions on this one before we move on? Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Ty, but we're
oh, you're good.
Yes, Phil.
I just had a quick question. Is there a spot, like, can you put your resume on there too, or did I miss that? Or is there like an option to put like your actual resume if you want to send that to somebody? Or
Mr. Chair, members of the council, that is available in the Hire WYO system. And we're trying to make sure that we don't duplicate efforts. So as we do this integration, it'll be on the Hire WYO side, but you won't really see a difference. So it'll send that back and forth between the wallet and the Hire WYO system. So short answer, yes, there will be a way to include your resume.
All right, thank you so much, Ty, for the update and the demo, and for all your work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yesterday morning, I neglected to introduce Lauren Schoenfeld as our AI Task Force Chair. This is a new role for the council. As I think most of you will know, our former council chair, E.T., got this going, and this was sort of an idea that's generated through NGA and elsewhere. But Lauren has generously offered to lead us in this department. I think this is really an important thing, as we've heard numerous times and in other contexts over the last couple of days. So with that, Lauren, looking forward to your update.
Is it okay if I stay here?
Please do.
Okay. I guess you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so I'm giving an update first over a project that is a WIP project because it's going to inform some of the work the task force is doing. So I'm very excited to be a part of this. The Wyoming Innovation Partnership funded a project in partnership with Deloitte. After we knew that AI was coming to the forefront of needs across higher education and workforce development. And so I met with the University of Wyoming and all of the community college vice presidents of academics to see where everybody was at in terms of integrating AI into curriculum, not only for student success, but then also specific AI training and education. And then also our community colleges are known as the hub of the communities. And so they provide a lot of resources to business and industry partners. And there's a piece of the AI integration and literacy that is business literacy within AI as well. And so I met with all of them, and the University of Wyoming has a number of research projects and things like that happening. It was very clear that they said, we don't quite even know where to start. This is so new. We don't even know where to start. It feels like it's really big to take on. Almost every one of the colleges or every one of the colleges is doing something in some manner. But it's not cohesive, as we've heard pretty consistently. It's not cohesive, and everybody feels a little out of their element when dealing with AI. And so the first thing that we figured we needed to do was, again, an analysis of what was happening in Wyoming in terms of education, resources, and policy. Not to say that this policy or that policy are right or wrong, just what is happening? What do we have across the state that we can build on, and that we can, maybe pull into other parts of the state? So that is actually currently underway. We partnered with Deloitte to do a statewide analysis of AI policy and programming. And then after that, they're about halfway through. They're in phase 2, as you can see. But they're working on the current state. They've been doing a number of key stakeholder meetings and groups to figure out, what are businesses needing? What does our ag industry need? What does our mining industry need? What does our education look like, and what do they need? And they will be working on a strategic plan for the state of Wyoming, looking forward for AI workforce strategy. So really the objective was and the purpose was to figure out an AI workforce strategy. There's a number of federal funding opportunities through National Science Foundation. And I think EDA just came out with something as well that really pull together this AI workforce, AI literacy need nationally. And traditionally, Wyoming has not done well at preparing for and getting these federal funding opportunities. And so I knew that there would be some sort of opportunities coming forward, and we were trying to get this strategy completed before then. Luckily, it's actually going to align very well and really come up with kind of a statewide vision. Now, while we were working on that on the WIP side, ET, as Chairman Cross mentioned, was working on, with NGA and with a number of other folks to talk about what an AI task force would look like for the council. And so recognizing, I think that, we were doing some of the groundwork and some of the analysis already with WIP, it really builds on what the purpose of the task force is. So Jennifer, can you go to the next slide? Okay, so the purpose of the task force is really to assess the workforce implications of AI in Wyoming, and then to provide actionable recommendations that support workforce readiness, skill development, and economic opportunity. So for me, the task force is going to take the information that we receive back from Deloitte and ground that in some actions that can be taken. I assume that we're going to be partnering, as we're looking at our education and training partners, figuring out, what their thoughts are, and pulling that together on a workforce readiness report that we will present to the council in Q2 of next year. I'm actually hoping to have it done before then, because I think that by the time it's Q2 of next year, things will have even changed more quickly. So one of the big things that, I see in this is, what are the different workforce implications? And that's a tricky question for everybody right now, because folks don't even know how AI is going to truly impact each different area of workforce need. We've heard lots about automation and things this morning. When I worked at Simplot, we had automation. I mean, we've had automation in the mines, we've had automation in our manufacturing facilities for years and years and years. But this is a whole different world of, what we're looking at in terms of workforce implications and impacts. So Deloitte is actually identifying some of the workforce areas of workforce that are going to be the most impacted. They've done a ton of research around that. I'm pretty excited to see what they come back with. They had a 9-week turnaround time on this project. So we will have results from them and the strategy from them very soon. We actually have an in-person meeting, in 2 weeks, I believe, at the Workforce Services Office. And thank you, Director Katie and her staff and Jennifer. Everybody's been very engaged in these conversations. We have folks from higher education, we have folks from K-12, we have folks from business and industry, and really looking forward to being able to get that report back from Deloitte. The AI task force has met once, and I will share, I reminded myself who all is on there. So we have Stephen Priest from the Department of Education, Laurel Ballard, Ryan Hickman Davis from the University of Wyoming. ET is actually on there. Eric Schlitt, who is with Prometheus Hyperscale, Nikki Harper, and then Mayor Max Nicholson are on that task force. And I think we'll pull in industry experts and other folks as we identify needs and begin to work through, those priorities. As you can see, I've listed the task force priorities. I'm not going to read through all of them. The charter was very nicely put together, and it aligned very nicely as well with the work that Deloitte is already doing, which is pretty exciting. And so I think that a lot of it will translate and will provide the task force and then the council in the future with some really good actionable items that we can move forward on and figure out, who do we need to pull in across the state to get those things done. So I will stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. I think you're becoming the subject matter expert in untangling siloed.
I know.
Do you have what is the status of the membership of your committee, Lauren? Do you have any vacancies, or are you kind of developing that as you go along? Do you have any needs on that front?
So I think we've got 7 on there now. That's a pretty reasonable number for task force.
Yep.
I do think that we'll probably want to do some subcommittees as we move forward working with these priorities and figuring out, what groups we need to really work in depth with and get additional information for the report back on. But I don't have a solid answer on that. I think we're pretty good in summarizing who was required to be in the membership and who we've gotten engaged. But I do think we'll want to engage additional people. This is such a big thing to take on, and there's so many different aspects of it. I really think that we'll end up seeing, our education, business, and then workforce in kind of the middle of that as we kind of look at moving forward. So
I think your membership you listed sounds really great and exactly in line with where it needs to be. I was just curious if you had vacancies there. Are you open to folks auditing your meetings who are just curious to learn more on this subject matter, or would that be detractive?
No, I think that's fine. We've only had one meeting so far. And so I am excited that we were able to get everybody together once and be able to talk about this. But I think, I absolutely come listen and join us. And, we've also got folks from Workforce Services and Jennifer that are taking some pretty consistent notes and helping keep us on track and things like that too. So
what final question for me? What do you have a regular meeting schedule established?
We do. Jennifer, do you want to tell me when? She scheduled us out.
It is
like
the
once a month.
last Wednesday of the month I have to go to June because we had to adjust for May, but at 9. It's the last Wednesday of the month at 9 a.m.
Any other questions from anyone else for Lauren on this? Yes, Philip.
I don't really have a question, but if there was any way I could help in any way, I'd be happy to. We have, I know on the construction side of things, we have training programs with, fully autonomous machines already that we've been working on for years, and we can run excavators in Texas from a laptop in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's wild.
So
wow.
I'd be interested in trying to help you out anyway.
Well, thank you. We're also, I heard from G-Beta Generator, and they're doing they're looking at, offering training as well in that space. And so I think we could pull all those options together. I might get you with the link to have some information. Well, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Lauren, thanks for all this. This is amazing work, like really quick ramp up. And I'm personally super impressed and grateful for the work that you've done. And yeah, Q2 27 is going to feels like sci-fi future at this point, but it's around the corner. So whenever the report is ready, I look forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are we gonna go to committees? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do, let me see what time is it here, 11:30. So I think let's compact our committee breakouts a tiny bit in an attempt to get back on schedule and leave a little more time for updates. So we'll run committee breakouts until 11:40, and then we'll do quick, no greater than 5-minute updates from each committee. I want to make sure to get everyone out of here on time. I'm just kind of making this up, but let's say Larry had to leave early, so I'll take Next Gen committee here in this corner of the room. If advocacy wants to meet in the opposite corner in the room, and strategic performance and finance, I think if you're comfortable in the hallway, that way we can limit our noise. I want to make an ask of these committee breakouts. This is sort of typically a really abbreviated substitute committee meeting, but going back to what we talked about at the beginning of yesterday on increasing engagement, I want to ask during these breakouts that you consider a couple of things. First of all, is the meeting time working? And if not, can you agree on a meeting time that works better for most? I realize this is a slippery slope, and any meeting time you pick is going to not work for somebody sometime. So maybe this is an exercise in futility, but I would appreciate a quick conversation about, is there a better meeting time that would get more people into quorum? Secondly, are there ways to increase engagement on the committee? And then thirdly, I want to ask everyone to stay with their current committees for now. But if anyone really wants to shift committees for whatever reason, I will ask you to table that consideration for the moment and get in touch with me directly. There's a lot of considerations that we take into account in committee allocation, and things can become imbalanced really easily. So I don't want to have chaos, but at the same time, I want everyone to be on the committee that they want to be on. So if somebody wants to move committees, talk to me later about that, please. And for today, stick where you are. For our new members, if you haven't yet chosen a committee, I think, Tom, you have, I'm not sure, Maddie, if you have, but pick one to hang out with today. We'll ask you to finalize that before our next meeting, for finalize the decision on which committee you're going to go with. But for now, just kind of go with that. So brief recap. Yes.
Can I add a few things?
Please.
So for the people who are online, so Mr. Wilson, Ms. Morgan, and Ms. Belos, I sent you a Google Meet link, and Trevor is going to facilitate Charlie and Brenda with the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee. So we'll have you on our phone. And then Joanna, I sent you a link for advocacy. You don't have to stay there, but for today, I'd like you to join that group, and I'll connect you in the room with those folks as well.
And Maddie, where's Maddie from?
What?
Sorry, which committee is Maddie on?
The Next Gen.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Next Gen here, advocacy there, and finance in the hallway. We'll see you in 8 to 10 minutes. Hey, sweet. We got something. We'll go.
Yeah, that sounds
Something we'll get out. I'm taking this over last second from Larry because my help on it now. So.
So that we're not. That's awesome. This is Dan.
Actually,
yeah.
I will share that Larry wanted me to share. Larry, sorry that he had to go. I did this to him a bunch of times when I was chair. I made changes. I think this is. So they have set up a construction sector partnership in the Cheyenne Larry. They've set up a 501c3 so they can go look for funding, which kind of speaks to some of the sustainability stuff. So we branding.
they're doing.
Having a friendship program.
24.
So I didn't want you to connect with them as your able
So they can take it to communities and youth districts. They're getting into policy,
Whatever.
Yeah.
They also have.
Yeah.
So they were looking for a location.
Educational things and equipment that for.
I know, because they do those trainings.
They'll like send
They
instructions,
were
curriculum, everything to the school district. They use all the stuff and then they send it back when they're done with it. It's really cool.
I know that. All right, I'm glad you connected with them, so.
Yeah, we're almost
Good.
there.
Okay. I just want to make sure they're connected.
Thanks, everybody, and I'm sorry for the compacted schedule. It's a sign of a lot of good work to do and stuff to talk about. All right, first up, Chair Hammock, for the Advocacy Committee, if you could give us a quick update on your discussion, and I know you have a couple other items that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, discussion consisted of changing our meeting time. So hopefully that'll help a little bit of attendance and engagement. So that's what we just talked about now. Jennifer did let me know that our swag tour is now online. So do you mind giving a little bit?
Yeah, I'll see if it's sharing. No, I'll stop the share, do a better share for my entire screen. So the swag store went online. With the new logo and everything. This would be, you can purchase WWDC items now. So we have shirts, polos, vests. I know some of you, Phil, would be very interested in a hat. So we added hats. If you're interested in something that's not in the store, we also have a mug option. We have many different colors. For said items, such as different colors for the mugs. If there's something that you would be interested in purchasing with the WWDC logo, let us know and we can add that. For shipping, I believe the site allows you to select shipping, but if you wanted to, we can do pickup and I can pick it up and then meet you at the next quarterly meeting to get you those items from the store. This was a year in the making. Chairman Trowbridge really wanted WWDC swag. And so now after his first official meeting not being here, it is live and ready to go. And I'm still probably gonna buy him something, but it is available for you to purchase now. The link is in Onboard in the agenda. And you can also contact me whenever if you're interested and can't find the link as well.
Awesome. I think only one other note on that. I mean, the new brand that Danny made is awesome and we are all our best advocates for what we do on this committee. And so I think that's such a nice, I talk about it all the time, but I think we would have the opportunity to talk about it more if we were wearing some stuff with our cool.
Thanks, Brianna. And yeah, the branding work that took place over the last year or so was the swag store wouldn't be here without the branding work, nor would our cool new name tags with the new brand on it and so forth. So that's really appreciated. That was a lot of work and a lot of wrangling on the part of Danny and Bria and others. So thanks for that. I'm going to speak.
We have one more update if we could, Mr. Chairman.
Please. Oh my gosh. I didn't even know this.
To congratulate Bria, who is the Wyoming Women's Council Jan Torres Entrepreneur of the Year for 2026. The Women's Council will be sending out a press release, but it's not complete yet. And there will be a reception in June at Bria's studio. Yes, so we will make sure that you all receive that information.
That is really cool. Thank you.
Will you be signing autographs?
Obviously.
Like if we get a WWDC or something or whatever, you can sign it.
That's neat. Congratulations. That's really cool. Thanks for fitting that in. That's really, that's super cool. I'm going to speak quickly for the Sector Partnerships and Career Pathways Committee. Larry had to go. I did this to him a bunch of times when I was the chair of the committee, and I made him do the updates. So I think this is, you know, vengeance is a dish best served cold. We talked about the scheduling. I think it seems that our current date doesn't work, but we didn't decide on a new one. So we're going to doodle poll it and figure that out. And I'll talk to Larry about that afterwards. We had a couple of other updates. Get over to Maddie for a minute, if you don't mind.
Sure. As far as next gen, we have really cool stuff going on in Laramie County. Our construction partnership down there has an official brand. Our new name is Build Together Southeast Wyoming, and we have a brand, fonts, logos, everything. We're working on getting a 501c3 put together to make that whole group official down there. And then I think the number you shared is we have 62 folks involved in that partnership down there, which is exciting. And then we're seeing some, not copying, but modeling, I guess, in Casper as far as some of the work that's going on to connect the school district with industry in Casper. They're taking just some notes for the partnerships happening down in Laramie County to try to make sure that more industry across construction, manufacturing, healthcare, et cetera, can get in and connect with students. So exciting.
Thanks, Patty. Larry mentioned to me that in the regular meetings of that Build Stronger Together Southeast Wyoming, that they're seeing 75 more attendees each meeting, which is really amazing. Larry is such a huge part of next gen sector partnerships in this state, and particularly in the Southeast. And a lot of this is not only him, but a lot of this is like the work that Larry's been doing for years. I'm really glad he's not here to hear me say this, but he's been super important to this stuff. So that's our update. Travis?
Yeah, our meeting time is going to remain as scheduled, which is the third Wednesday of the month at 1:30. And just an update from the committee. The last quarter was just kind of business as usual. I wanted to provide some factoids to the council, but I left my notes in my office. But I was gonna give you an idea for the number of providers on our eligible provider training list and the number of programs that we have out there. So maybe next quarter I will do that for you. One thing that was unique this last quarter that is part of our charter that was educational for me is we're required to certify all of the centers. And it's basically an audit and a checklist for how each one of our centers is doing. And it sounds like they're all are passing with flying colors. I think the tenure of our center directors is respectable, and of the directors that are fairly new to the position have been with the department for a while prior to taking that position. So that was good news and a learning lesson. So that's it.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I think our final order of business is to ask for public comment. Is there any public comment from anyone online? We're just gonna go one stop, right?
Yes, but can I speak to that?
Please do.
So we didn't have time, just that happens, to have a presentation on the one-stop centers. The report is in Onboard. We did receive a few questions for the one-stop centers. They have those answers prepared. We will send out that information, and then Christina and Trevor will also be available in each of the committee meetings in June if you have any additional questions or would like to talk further. And then they're always available if you have questions as well. But they already attend your committee meetings, but they will specifically be available to answer any of those questions as well. So we're sorry we couldn't fit that in today or yesterday, but we will make sure in September that they talk, but they'll also, we'll send out that information and they'll be available for questions. Brenda Morgan has a question.
Yes, Brenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a public comment. I want to make a shout out to Jessica Holcomb of the Rollins Workforce Center, and then the staff of the Cheyenne and Casper Workforce Centers for the amazing job fairs that they hosted this past month. They did a great job.
That's great. Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it. Any other public comments? All right. Everybody, thank you so much for sticking it out here till the end, particularly those of you online who stuck it out with us. Good to see everyone. Safe travels home. We're going to see you at Danny Bureau's house in September in Saratoga.
Bring sleeping bags.
Back deck camping. Just kidding. But great work and thanks. This was a lot of information crammed into a short time, and your time and energy is always appreciated. And we don't need a vote, right?
You do not.
We are adjourned. Here, there. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I scribbled this down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote down de-siloing. I gotta say this to you. It's like, oh, I really like that. Oh, wait.
This is great.
Please,
I
Mayor.
was like, literally,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, how can I?
I do. You can teach it, but then you have to be responsible.
Yeah, pretty close.
It's only 65.
Exactly. Otherwise, they go in my box. And then I put them out at your seat the next time.
More definition.
How did it go for you?
You're trying to make it to meetings and start at 4 o'clock. Good to see you.
I was not say what the
Friendly bunch.
It's also like a lot of much.
It'll be quick, yeah, it'll be quick.
I guess good. I do feel like
Oh my gosh. Well, it's a beautiful day in Trinidad, Wyoming, and South Dakota. The only risk is animals on the road, right?